Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash. And here's the 7th place game about to get underway between the Coffeyville or Field Kinley Golden Tornadoes, and their opponent is the Ulysses Tigers. The Tigers faced the Hornets in last night's loss, and both of these two teams put up 46 points in their losses, and those are both tough losses to see. Coffeyville lost 86-46 to May South, and that was a really tough game to watch for Coffeyville. But they know that they have to start their back to their regular season correctly and get that started off by getting a win here. They have the offensive production they need. Not last night they didn't, but the other night against Garden City, they had a pretty good game, and if they can produce like they did then, play that strong defense that they wanted to play in that game and last night's game versus May South, then they can definitely win this game here. Ulysses, as I said, coming off a tough loss against Valley Center, and then their first game was against Southeast, and they really got dominated in that game. That was really tough to watch. As we saw, Jackie Johnson was tough to shut down. Well, there's going to be a couple key players here tonight that Ulysses is going to have to shut down, that being for Coffeyville, Takis Newton, and then Tariq Logan. And inside, Brendan Graham, who's had 28 points on the tournament, a really impactful player in the post. There's a couple players to watch. And starting lineups right now, Lance Walker. Walker shooting at a whopping 67% from the field so far in this tournament. He's quite a shooter. And Takis Newton here for Coffeyville. He's going to get it started off. And here's Aaron Galindo. He won the hot shot contest, and we haven't seen much of him from the tournament, but getting warmed up early here today. We might see a lot out of from the scoring part. Darrell Jones, quite an athlete. We saw his 360 dunk earlier and shows what an athletic presence he's going to bring to this game. Next up here for Ulysses, number 10, Ben Scott. Haven't seen much out of him, getting his first start of the tournament. And then next up for Coffeyville, that's number 5, Tariq Logan. And here's Jordan Cifuentes. He struggled in last night's loss. He didn't have a single point compared to 8 points in the first game against Southeast. Talked about him in the post. Next up is going to be Brendan Graham, and he's going to have a big impact in the paint. And another guy who's going to have a big impact in the paint is Trey Duran. He's going to be a big impact player. And Caden Herring. And 2 postmen from each of these teams, but Trey Duran is really going to be the guy who's going to have to dominate this post if Ulysses wants to win. Caden Herring and Brendan Graham have the ability to control the paint, and most of the times in a basketball game, when you control the paint, you control the game.
Yeah, and if you are Ulysses, you've had 2 blowout losses, and granted they were against good teams. Hornets and Southeast beat them pretty good, and they're looking to get back on track. They came into this tournament as a 2 seed, mostly because when the bracket was made, they were playing really good basketball, and now they've let up. And I believe they're 5-6 on the season. Now this would be an opportunity to get back to 500 for Ulysses. But if you're Coffeyville, you've struggled on the season. They are 2-9, and they have to be able to pick up a win going back into the regular season, like you said, and they'll win the tip right here. And Graham, he's going to be a big part, like you just mentioned a second ago. He's got to find the offensive production on the inside, especially in this game. He did it a little bit against Southeast, but he was silenced in their last game.
Well, that's the thing. A good bucket there by Darrell Jones inside. That's the thing is, with these offenses that have struggled in this tournament, their go-to move has been going into the post. You see guys like Lance Walker, Caden Herring, other guys of those natures, they have a lot of points just because that's been the only resort that these low-scoring teams have gone to. Ball is tipped out of bounds, so it'll be a baseline inbound for Ulysses.
Lance Walker for Ulysses, he's going to have a big game. He was in the 3-point contest for Ulysses, as Galindo misses right there. But when he was on the 3-point contest, he competed well, and so he can shoot out from deep, but he's also tall and has good post packages on the inside, and he's going to have a big game, especially you talked about his shooting percentage. He makes a lot of shots. He's got to catch fire if the Tigers want to succeed, down 2 early in this one.
Well, and early in that game, he was the first game and really the second game as well. He was their only offensive production. A board there by Darrell Jones, and They'll get it moving down the court. Tariq Logan with a layup in transition, and they'll get the bucket. It's good, quick offense there, and that's exactly what you need to do. Set the tone early in this game. They're already up 4-0. Wouldn't be surprised, though Ulysses is a bigger school with a better record, they definitely have a good shot, Coffeyville does, at winning this game.
And one thing about Coffeyville to note is their ability to work the floor in transition is probably one of the better at that in this tournament. They don't do it all that often because they don't get the opportunities to, but they do a great job to try to bring the ball inside and work in transition. Their half-court offense is really what's been the struggle of this team this tournament.
Well, and as you said, their half-court offense being their struggle, they struggled to keep possession of that ball there. And if it was any other team, if it was their last 2 games, they likely would have turned it over. They play very loose with the ball, and because of that, they give up a lot of points off turnovers. And tipped away by Brendan Graham. So here comes Ulysses. They'll get it started off. 3 on the outside, 2 on the inside. Just simple pass cut offense is what they'll be running. And a steal there. Here comes Takis Newton. And transition layup. Darrell Jones took 3rd in the dunk contest, and that right there can very well shift momentum in a quiet stadium. And a needed timeout there for Ulysses after that huge play. They'll take an 8-0 lead, and we'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
We're back here after the timeout. 8-0 your score. And the Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes lead in this one. They've dominated thus far, and Ulysses needs to find something on the offensive side of things, as they've yet to produce a point in 4 possessions.
One thing about Coffeyville is, like I talked about their transition, but they cause a lot of turnovers, and that's kind of been the way they stayed into that Garden City game. That's how they stayed into it. And so if they can be able to cause turnovers, because you know Ulysses hasn't been able to take care of the ball the best in this tournament. There'll be a foul underneath on Coffeyville. They're going to get Caden Hearing.
Well, that's the thing. Early in their game yesterday versus May South, I really thought Coffeyville had quite a shot because they played really good basketball, and that's the thing. They were shutting down a high-caliber offense, or not necessarily shutting them down, but getting them to levels where they're not typically used to being at. They were low in production in the first quarter, and their defense dominated, Coffeyville's did, for quite a while, which is why I thought they had such a shot against May South. Now they have an easier offense to defend, and clearly they're doing a good job of it as it's a shutout. Corner 3 there from Aaron Galindo, and he'll knock it down to start the scoring for Ulysses. And just an easy catch and shoot. Step back 3 from Takis Newton off the mark. And boarded there by Ben Scott. Here comes Galindo pushing the pace over to Cifuentes. And back up top along 3 and off the mark from Galindo. Takis Newton still dominating in transition and end up having to set up a half-court offense. And there goes Darrell Jones. Another dunk on the day. And as I said, he took 3rd in the dunk contest. Had a 360 dunk that got him awarded all 10s. That was incredible. And yet again, another display of athleticism. Ulysses back on the offensive side of the ball. And a bucket there by Lance Walker. And that's what he does. He just drives in and makes those simple floaters or simple layups. And that's how he racks up the points for this team. Board there by Walker, and Ulysses will bring it down.
Tides are slowly starting to turn as Scott will make that bucket. One thing to note about Scott, he didn't get a lot of playing time in that Garden City game. He came in late in the first half and then late in the second half when he ended up coming in. But he is a definition of coming in and getting valuable minutes for Ulysses, and that earned him a starting spot in today's ball game against Coffeyville.
Well, and that's the thing, as someone who is a typical backup, when you get those minutes, they are very valuable. As you said, you have to work with the minutes that you're given, and when you're able to do that, you tend to improve quite a bit, and because of that, he's getting a starting spot here tonight. Clearly going to have a big impact in tonight's game. Here's Coffeyville after the baseline inbound. Tariq Logan up top, right side drive, and across the lane, off the mark on the pass, intended for Darrell Jones. They'll go out of bounds, and it will be Ulysses ball. On the sideline, bringing it down for Ulysses is Oscar Martinez. Then a slow offensive producer here for Ulysses. Inside and across the lane pass to Lance Walker. Will be fouled.
Lance Walker, a great free throw shooter. He's a great ball player in general for this Ulysses Ulysses team. But Lance Walker at the free throw line.
He's already made a bucket tonight. There's his first shot. And it's up and through. And checking in here for Ulysses is Aaron Galindo and then Ryan Nightingale. Nightingale, we saw him, I believe it was a three-point contest. And he had quite a time in that, but unfortunately did not make it to the finals. Lance Walker makes his second. So off comes Coffeyville. They'll slow it down just a hair. Tariq Logan up top. Corner pass to Vietz, who's also in the three-point contest. Here comes Darrell Jones in the post looking for the kick out. Nothing there. Brendan Graham is found. Short corner. He'll look for something. Nothing there. He'll take it himself. Looking for that floater. Inside is Darrell Jones. Kick out pass. And around it goes Logan looking to drive. Short corner pump fake from Jones off the mark. But he will be fouled in the process. And honestly, that's just as good as with how good of a free throw shooting team this is. It's just as good as a made shot, because this guy right here, Darrell Jones, just a true athlete, and he can make these shots. He can hit them down.
Well, right there, that's what Coffeyville wasn't doing in their first couple of games. They ran kind of an ISO offense, and they weren't being able to move the ball well. And right there on that possession, there were 6 passes made, and then it ended up getting 1 point out of it. But as Darrell Jones makes that second free throw. But if you're Coffeyville, they're playing as a different team right now, only up 4, and got to get some defensive stops. But they fixed what their mistakes were, and especially when you're in a tournament, you don't have a scouting report. You just got to fix what you do, and they're doing a great job of it right now as Nightingale takes a 3 off the mark. An offensive board by Ulysses and Lance Walker.
Well, that's the thing that I think you're mentioning, Austin. A charge there called on Lance Walker, his second foul, and good job to draw the charge. But both of these teams have played down so far in this tournament, so it's not irregular for them to be down in this tournament. They're used to that feeling of being down, especially Coffeyville. But Ulysses, they're not out of this game. It's only 4 points, and even if the lead does eventually extend, they know that they've been down in this tournament and they can easily make a comeback because they've been in that mindset, we need to make a comeback before, and they're trying to do it right now again. Brendan Graham's pass is denied. Over to the corner, Darrell Jones. Top is Tariq Logan.
Tariq Logan has a great baseline drive. We've seen him multiple times being able to drive in and create opportunities on the inside, but also he has a great kick-out pass and a very good court awareness. Here he is, that loses the ball right there. Defense by Martinez.
Checking in here for Coffeyville is number 2, Takis Newton, and number 33, Caden Herring. That's the thing you were talking about earlier, Austin, is that this Coffeyville offense struggles with a half-court offense. They can score points in transition, but they struggle with the half-court offense. That being turnovers, that's one of the biggest things you see with struggles in half-court offense. They've had quite a few turnovers so far in this long run by Ulysses. A bucket there, but off the mark by Aaron Galindo. He put it up, and then Darrell Jones with the rebound, and he'll be fouled on the way. Fouls on number 15, Jesse Rosales for Ulysses.
And what about Darrell Jones? Went and got, like you mentioned, the 3rd place finish, and I really think that kind of may have set him up in this game as he's having a great first quarter He's getting offensive rebounds. He's the one who drew the charge on Lance Walker, and a couple of dunks his way too. Here's Veets in the corner for 3, off the mark. The offensive rebound by the Golden Tornadoes.
Well, I love what Ethan Veets brings to this team. He brings a little bit more depth into this team, and it'll be an offensive foul, a charge. Charge on number 33, Hurring, his second. But I love what Veets brings to this. He brings depth, and I was talking about this during the three-point contest that he participated in. He comes off the bench, and he can knock down most of those shots. He struggled so far today, but he hit a pair of corner threes last night and really extended that Ulysses offense against Valley Center, even though they didn't end up winning. He was still able to extend their offense and give them another level of depth. Baseline pass, and off the mark, it's going to be a turnover. So Coffeyville takes over.
And for it being only 13-9 in this first quarter, one thing about this Coffeyville team is they're very quick with their feet. They don't commit a ton of fouls in a game, and most of the fouls they do commit are just because of their aggressive defense. Here's Newton at the top with 5 seconds. They'll get the last shot of the first quarter inside. Bromley got it to go and caps off a great first quarter for Coffeyville, the quarter they needed. 15-9 the score, 6-point lead. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios for the start of the second quarter.
Need a used, reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used, reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 1 quarter of play through and 15-9. So far, Coffeyville has had quite the game, a game they've needed so far, as they've struggled thus far in the tournament. And this Coffeyville transition offense, as we've talked about, has really dominated this. And here comes number 3, Adam Veets. He's looking to drive, looking left side, and around it goes. Here comes Takeish Newton. Looking for the drive, floater on the left side, and he'll hit it. Takeish Newton is really elusive, and he brings another level of depth to this offense, a playmaking ability that he brings to this offense, and that's really big to see as he really ties this whole offense together.
And one thing about him, he was in the hot shot competition just a couple hours ago, and he hit almost every 15-footer he shot, and that's what put him in the final round in that first round. And that's kind of been his go-to shot, is the 15-footer in this game. And like you mentioned in previous streams, it's not rare that you can get a high school basketball player that has great free throw or field goal percentage from about 15 feet. That was Veets who had the crazy wild layup, but Hearing ended up tipping it in for the bucket for Coffeyville. A steal right there, and Coffeyville's in transition once again.
And there goes Adam Veets. He misses his second layup. Ulysses with the board. Here comes Aaron Galindo. Up top is Jordan Cifuentes. Around it goes. Just slowing down this offense. Galindo looking to baseline drive here. Over to Trey Duran, and off the mark there. Seth Bromley grabs the board. Here comes Takeish Newton. Going to drive it in. And a couple quick moves. Seth Bromley with an open 3 off the mark to the left. So here comes Aaron Galindo in transition after the board by Jesse Rosales. A wild layup, tipped in, but just out by Trey Duran. Here comes Adam Veets pushing the pace. Baseline drive. Takeish Newton gets it to Caden Hurring, and he'll take it out himself. Misses a wild layup. Looked like it might have got tipped there, but here comes Ulysses in transition once again. That's one of the things as a transition offense, you force the other team to be in transition as well. So Ulysses isn't playing half bad in a position that they're not used to being, which is being in that transition offense so often.
It is an 8-point game, and if you're Coffeyville, you got to be happy with the way you're playing. Newton drives in, he'll be fouled by Duran, but Ulysses got to be able to pick up and defend on the opposite end, as right now Coffeyville, they're missing a couple shots that are open shots, but they're also getting to the foul line. That's the 5th foul committed by this Ulysses Tigers team. But here is Newton at the free throw line.
And he'll make his first. Checking in for Coffeyville is Nathan Barrett, number 5 Tariq Logan, and number 24 Brendan Graham. And Oscar Martinez and Ben Scott check in along with Jordan Cifuentes for Ulysses. But that's the thing, is as a team that's been down in this tournament, you have to be ready to make comebacks because your talent level isn't quite there compared to a lot of the bigger name teams in this tournament. So you have to be prepared to make comebacks, and Ulysses needs to make a comeback here if they want to win this game. Obviously being down 10, they're going to have to be in that mindset, and they should have already been in that mindset, but something is going to have to change here and pretty quick. Ulysses on the offensive side of the ball. Lance Walker looks to drive inside. And inside there, a bucket by number 33, Levi Gwynn, his first points and minutes of the tournament. Here comes Coffeyville. Takis Newton up top and taking his time. Looking inside, he's stripped up, and looked like it might have been a tripping foul. He's slow to get up. Jordan Cifuentes leads Ulysses down the court. Kick out to the corner. Ben Scott looks to drive. A nice defense by Takis Newton, but right back to Scott. And a good steal by Jones. Here comes Takis Newton. Over to Jones, and he'll get his 3rd dunk on the day. And he continues to extend momentum, and he extends it to a 10-point lead as well. Here comes Ulysses, a wild layup by Lance Walker, and off the mark, but a foul. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
And on that Darrell Jones dunk, what a pass it was by Newton to find him. He had to pretty much throw it. He had to turn his body and throw it behind him in order to get Jones that dunk. Here's Lance Walker at the free throw line once again. Knocks down his first one. Brings it within 9. Adam Viets back in for the Tornadoes, as it was Newton who was shaken up on that last offensive possession before the dunk, and he'll head to the bench. Lance Walker knocks down 2, and now it's an 8-point ball game. Tariq Logan and company bringing it down the floor.
Beats in the post there, and looks like he's going to back it out. Inside Logan to Graham. Looking for that baseline cut. Logan looking for Viets, and it's stolen. Kicked ball violation off the foot of Jordan Cifuentes. So it'll be a baseline inbound for Coffeyville. And to inbound is Darrell Jones. And struggling to find anything here. Gets it to Tariq Logan, a head fake, and he'll back out. Viets looks to drive, but they'll keep it spread out. Logan thought about the 3 there, but nothing came of it. Viets with a long 3, a gutsy 3 that was. And Barrett fighting for the rebound. It'll say it's off of Levi Gwynn and out of bounds, or at least his foot was out of bounds. It'll be another baseline inbound for Coffeyville. Darrell Jones inbounding. Can't find anything. A bounce pass over to Brendan Graham. Viets up top, taking his time. He's going to look for a drive. Guarded by Ben Scott. Brendan Graham looking inside, around to Nathan Barrett, and he's got all day. He'll shoot the 3, but it's off the mark. Board by Tariq Logan. That's one of those things we've talked about, Austin, that offensive boards are so valuable in this game. Second chance points are so valuable in this game, and that can be what propels Coffeyville to victory. And it's saved, but eventually recovered by Jordan Cifuentes, but not before he's fouled, so he'll go to the line. Excuse me. It will be Ulysses' ball from the sideline. Foul is on Coffeyville number 3, Ethan Viets. It's one of those things you get desperate in transition defense and you tend to foul quite a bit more. So it just happened there. Looking inside, that's Oscar Martinez, and an intended pass for Lance Walker. It's off the mark, but they'll say it's off of Coffeyville.
Ulysses got to be able to get the ball inside, use their inside-out game. Galindo checks back in. He has been consistent offense for the Tigers.
Well, and that's the thing. You have two good post guys like Levi Gwynn and Lance Walker, and then also Trey Duran, who's not in the game right now. You have to be able to get that inside to the post. That's a very valuable part of your offense, and they haven't been able to do that most of this tournament, which is why they're in the 7th place game and possibly not the 5th place game.
A turnover right there from Coffeyville, and that's something that they struggled with in their losses, and today they've done a pretty good job to limit those, but Oscar Martinez comes the other way, gets the bucket to go to Reese Newton, and Hearing back at the scores table about to check in for Coffeyville. It'll be a foul called on Brennan Grant. He has 3 fouls here in this first half with 2:59 left in the second quarter, so he'll head to the bench probably for the end of this half and maybe at the start of the third quarter, as he's a big, valuable presence on the inside.
Well, that's the thing. You need him later in the game, especially if you want to extend this lead more than it already is. Levi Gwynn makes his first free throw. He's got 3 points on the quarter. And here's his second. He'll make it. And so here comes Coffeyville. They'll take their time. And pass over to Takese Newton. Back and forth between the points. Looking over to the corner. Newton can't find anything for Viets. Well, Jones, and playing inside and around the wing, he really embodies the power forward position. He's a very strong player and very athletic, but he can also play with size. Kick out pass to Adam Viets off the mark. And Scott with a good board.
Coffeyville doing the right thing against the Tigers as they switched into a zone defense, and that's going to create, if you move the ball fast enough, it's going to create opportunities to score around the arc. They just haven't been able to hit, as Viets is 0 for 3. Levi Gwynn comes the other way. He now has 6 points on the game after that bucket.
Well, Ulysses cuts the lead to 2 with that bucket. They've really been chipping that away at this for quite a while now. But you can't let your guard off if you're Coffeyville, and because they let their guard off, they only have a 2-point lead and 1 possession lead that very well could end on this possession. Leading it down here is Oscar Martinez looking inside for Levi Gwynn. Caden Hurring in transition, and he's denied by Aaron Galindo, but it'll be a foul. And Ulysses fans disagree with that one. And from my angle, it appeared to be all ball, but that will be Galindo's first foul. And shooting free throws here is Caden Hurring.
Hurring misses his first. Duran and Nightingale checking in for the Tigers. 1:41 left. At the line for his second free throw is Caden Hearing. That one bounces in. 3-point lead for the Golden Tornadoes.
Here comes Galindo leading the way, leading the charge for this offense. They're 1 possession away from tying this ball game, but instead it'll be a foul by Adam Viets. So Ben Scott will be shooting free throws. Viets' second free throw, or foul, excuse me. And Ben Scott has 2 points on the night. And off the mark on that free throw, bordered by Tariq Logan. And here he'll come leading the point.
One thing that Coffeyville has done, and the reason this lead is not to the point where they were up by 10 at one point, and now it's just 3 points, is because they slowed things down. They're not running in transition anymore, and they're running their half-court offense. And like you mentioned, they struggle with that. They struggle without turning the ball over. as Vietz will take a corner three. He's 0 for 4 now from three-point land, and they struggle with the half-court offense. They need to get back to the transition play.
And that's the thing, is when you're not playing your game, you tend to start losing, and Coffeyville hasn't been playing their game. They're not controlling the momentum anymore, and they haven't been for quite a while now. Ulysses has been on a run, and Coffeyville's offense and defense have been on the run. They've been struggling so far in this second quarter. They were up by 4 and then extend that lead early in the second quarter, but then now they're struggling. Looks like they're going to take the last shot of the quarter. Just back and forth between the points. You see that 1-3-1 defense from Ulysses. They'll take their time as time slowly wasting away. And now they'll start their offense.
This shot is big right here with 5 seconds left because it's really going to set the tone for the second half. A foul right there on an illegal screen from Caden Hearing, and the ball's coming the other way. Ulysses will have the opportunity to carry the momentum. The momentum really has not switched. There's not really a team that has a definite advantage right now. Both teams are just struggling in their own ways to score the ball, and right now Ulysses has been chipping away for the past 5 minutes at this lead. And Cifuentes will get it to Galindo for the end of the quarter, off the mark, and they'll head to the locker room. A 24-21 deficit for Ulysses Tigers, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes for the start of the second half in this 7th place matchup.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option: the Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. After one half of play, your score is 24-21. The Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes lead by 3, but from when we left, Ulysses was starting to make a comeback. So far for statistics, Daryl Jones has 9 points on the game, Takis Newton with 4, and then Tariq Logan with 2, Seth Bromley with 2, and Brendan Graham as well with 2, and then Caden Herring with 5. And so far with percentages, Coffeyville has struggled. They've yet to make a 3 on the game, and that's tough percentage to see. They've shot 7, and if they want to keep this lead, they're going to have to start knocking down those threes. They didn't hit any in the first quarter, but they still had the momentum. But now that they're losing that momentum slowly but surely, they're going to start hitting those threes in order to regain that momentum and get that continual offensive production. And then on the other side, Lance Walker with 6 points, Aaron Galindo with 5, and then Oscar Martinez and Ben Scott with 2, and Levi Gwynn with 6 on the game. And then 20% from the three-point line for Ulysses, as they've made 1 for 5, and they're shooting 29% from the field. A tough statistic to see, and that's something you know that the coach had to talk about in the locker room, is getting that field goal percentage up.
Well, that's why they're in this game, Caleb, is neither team has been able to shoot well. And Ulysses, they got blown out 2 times in a row, and so they definitely want to win this game. Lance Walker makes a good move inside to get the bucket to go with the left hand. But these two teams need to pick up a win here, and the second half is really going to be a defining moment for the rest of their seasons, because in that first half it was a lot of sloppy ball play, sloppy half-court offense, and they got to pick something up just for future and just to improve, because as a team you always want to keep improving. That was Jones who missed his first free throw. Here he is again at the free throw line. He was 2 for 2 on his first free throws. Now 2 for 3. Looking to have a 2-point lead off the front of the rim, rebounded by Jordan Cifuentes of the Tigers.
Well, that's the thing. I completely understand what you're saying. And right now it's the 7th and 8th place game. And, yeah, if I'm both of these teams, I want to win this game to at least get a win in the tournament. But I'm focused on the struggling regular season that both of these teams are having right now. It's the second half, and they can improve. And if they improve in this second half, it will follow into their season where they can have a better regular season, which is really the end goal there. Darrell Jones drove in, and Aaron Galindo will get the foul. That's Galindo's second.
In the first half, not a lot of fouls were called. They were letting them play a lot, and not a lot of obvious fouls either. And Darrell Jones missed that one right there. He's now, after starting off 2 for 2, he's now 0 for 3 from the line. Second free throw attempt, good. And it's a 2-point lead for the Golden Tornadoes.
Here comes Aaron Galindo leading the charge. And they'll start up at the top, over to the right. And around the arc they'll go. Ben Scott looking inside, finds Galindo after the baseline cut. And he's looking up. Good post move there, but rebounded by Brendan Graham. Here comes Coffeyville. And Caden Herring catches the pass. Goes up to Brendan Graham. And they're playing really loose with the ball. As we talked about, their half-court offense has been a struggle. Inside to Brendan Graham, and then Darrell Jones will get the bucket to go. An assist there from number 24, Brendan Graham. Inside, Jordan Cifuentes. He'll get the bucket with the left-handed drive. And that's his first points of the night in good time. They're trying to get something started on the offensive side, and they need everyone to be producing. Corner 3 there. And it's hit. There's Tariq Logan knocking down the 3. And looking like from these first couple minutes, it's going to be a high-scoring second half. These offenses know they both need to produce more, and because of that, they are producing more. And so it might be a high-scoring affair here in the end. A good layup there by Darrell Jones.
And Darrell Jones is having a big game as he struggled in the first couple of games to find his offensive production, but now he has 10 and 3 dunks on the night. That'll be a timeout called by Ulysses. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios when play resumes here in a minute.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Just a couple minutes through in the third quarter. 32-25 your score, and the Golden Tornadoes trying to run away with this lead, as it is currently 7 points right now. It'll be Ulysses Tigers ball. Aaron Galindo to inbound from the sideline. Looking inside, lob across the court to Trey Duran, and off Jordan Cifuentes. It's taken over. Here comes Coffeyville. They're leading the way offensively. Tariq Logan, short corner, and then a kick out to Takis Newton. Across the court pass inside. Here's Brendan Graham looking for something. He's double team, kick out pass to Logan. He looks inside off the hand of Trey Duran as he knocked it out of bounds.
The Tigers been playing a zone defense in that first half. Right here, they're back into a man on this. They're going to shorten up their zone on the inside. And Graham can't get that bucket to go, but a good move right there by Brendan Graham.
And a corner three there, off the mark from Oscar Martinez. And a board by Caden Herring. Here comes Reek Logan over to Herring, inside to Graham, looking for that inside out game. And there it is, long jumper. And that's caught by Oscar Martinez, who gets the board. Here comes Galindo leading the charge for the offense, as he's been doing all game. Over to Cifuentes. Inside to Duran from the elbow to the post, and Lance Walker will get a bucket. Lance Walker hasn't produced as much as he typically does. He produced 20 in the first game, 18 in the second game, and he hasn't seen the numbers he typically wants to see, but he knows that in order to win this game, he's going to have to speed up later in the game, because he's been a big, vital part of this offense each game. Back and forth it goes between Coffeyville. Graham inside, and Herring with a cut to the basket, and he'll get the bucket to go.
One thing, when Coffeyville's offense is, and their half-court offense is rolling, it's because they make multiple passes and multiple cuts. They're not a big dribbling team. Not a lot of players can handle the ball. Tariq Logan is good at it, but not a lot of other players can handle the ball like Logan does. And coming the other way off the transition is Brendan Graham. We got that bucket to go. 36-27 now, a 9-point lead for Coffeyville.
Inside to Lance Walker, off the mark. Trey Duran off the mark as well. And we talked about shooting percentage being a big thing. 2 missed shots in a row. They're going to have to find a way to convert to come back in this game. A long three there by Jordan Cifuentes.
And if you're Ulysses, you have to get Jordan Cifuentes on. When he hits from deep, and he scores a lot of points in a row. He already has 5 in this third quarter. Here he is once again for the Tigers.
Well, Jordan Cifuentes is going to be a guy you want to see in the future. He's got Ulysses basketball in his blood. His brother played for this team in their last tournament route as well, a tournament that they struggled in, but I know that Jordan Cifuentes learned from his brother, and he's got a lot of experience on his hand. He's got a lot of talent, and that's a guy to watch out for in years to come.
Hayden Hearing took a fall right there, but it'll be Coffeyville coming the other way with 2:35 left. They have to set up their offense, like I said. When they move, they start to score on the inside. Right now, it's kind of the stagnant offense that we've seen, and the reason why they're in this 7th place game is Tariq Logan missed on the 3.
And here's Aaron Galindo. And in their first game, the reason that they are on the loser side of the bracket, they only produced 45 points, a number that they weren't happy with. As you talked about, their offense has been almost stagnant so far in this tournament, and they know they need to produce more not only in this game but in games to come. And right now is a perfect time to set it up for the rest of the regular season. Coffeyville ball after the missed shot and a board. Up top is Newton, pulls some moves, loses handles on the ball, and here comes Jordan Cifuentes. And in transition, off the mark there on the layup. A good board by Tariq Logan. And yet again, losing the ball has been a big focal point for this defense for Ulysses. They're taking advantage of the mistakes that Coffeyville has been making handling the ball. A foul on the play, no shot. And a foul called on number 24 of Coffeyville, Brendan Graham. He is fourth personal, and if there's anyone you want to foul out as Ulysses, it's most definitely Brendan Graham, a guy who controls and dominates in the post. Checking in here for Coffeyville, Nathan Barrett, Takis Newton, and then number 20, Seth Bromley. Baseline inbound from Lance Walker. Gwynn over to Walker, and he'll knock it down. A long three, and that's exactly how Lance Walker needs to be producing for the rest of this game. If he can do that, possession in and possession out, then this can be a winning basketball team for Ulysses. Off the mark on the layup by Tariq Logan. Gwynn with the rebound. Galindo looking to push the pace.
When Ulysses gets into their man-to-man defense, they're starting to chip away at the lead, and it starts leading to better offensive production. But when they're in their zone, Coffeyville gets open shots and open layups. Lance Walker takes it in right there, off the mark. Nightingale an offensive board, and Ulysses will have another opportunity to score with 40 seconds left in the third quarter. Lance Walker, 5 points now in a row for the Tigers. And if you're Coffeyville, you need a shot to try to silence this momentum shifting Ulysses squad. Logan couldn't convert, and another rebound by Nightingale. Galindo gonna slow things down. 17 seconds left. He'll be fouled.
Well, and that's definitely not the way to stop this momentum, is by missing a layup, getting blocked, and then getting a defensive rebound on Ulysses' part. And after that, fouling. They're slowly but surely losing this momentum. It's a 1-point lead, and on this possession, it could easily be a lead for Ulysses now. And checking in here is Caden Herring, and then also Trey Duran for Ulysses. And bringing it down here is Galindo. He's guarded by Tariq Logan. Slow it down, looking to get the last shot of the third quarter. Over to Lance Walker, and long shot there, off the mark. That shot attempted by Jesse Rosales. But that will end off the third quarter. Your score 36-35, and the Golden Tornadoes hold on for dear life as they only have a 1-point lead. We'll see what they can do in the fourth quarter after a short commercial break.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Coming back to start the fourth quarter, it'll be a 1-point lead for the Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes, trying to pick up their first win in this tournament. Both teams are. It'll be Coffeyville ball.
Well, both of these teams have a long drive home, and it'd be tough to have a long drive home without getting at least one win in this 3-day tournament. They're really fighting for this. Both sides are really fighting to get this win here, and it means a lot to them. Here's Caden Herring, and they'll take it around the outside. Tariq Logan, crafty layup, and it's called a charge, I believe it is. Excuse me, a foul.
And one. So here is Logan at the line trying to complete a 3-point play. That'll be a third foul called on Galindo. And Brennan Graham, who is in trouble for Coffeyville, if you are the Golden Tornadoes, if one of your players is in foul trouble, you want to try to get Ulysses into foul trouble too. Galindo probably the closest to doing so, as he's committed 3 fouls.
Galindo will lead the way down. And off the mark there on the pass, but still recovered by Jesse Rosales. Looking for a pick and roll between Trey Duran and Ryan Nightingale, but doesn't work out. Nightingale looking left side, open shot for Rosales, off the mark once more. And good board by Adam Vietz. Off to the races comes Coffeyville, and they're looking to set up that transition offense once more. Off the mark on that 3-point shot, Nightingale with a rebound.
Be an official's timeout as Rosales was on the ground. He'll head to the bench. Jordan Cifuentes comes in. Cifuentes 5 points in that third quarter. He's going to have to start heating up if they want to run away with this one. They have a 4-point deficit right now. Anyone's ball game, a lot of time left. 7 minutes in this fourth quarter.
Walker around the arc, finds Nightingale inside. That's Aaron Galindo. And off the mark there. He'll get his own board. Kick out pass, wide open Jordan Cifuentes. That's one of the things. He could have eaten a sandwich and then taken that shot, but yet he still managed to miss it. A tough break for Ulysses. A foul called. And it's going to be called on number 2, Aaron Galindo of Ulysses. Ben Scott checks in for Ulysses. It's going to be Coffeyville ball. Leading the way down is Takis Newton. Sets up his offense by getting it over to Tariq Logan. A floater there off the mark, boarded by Darrell Jones. And yet again off the mark, loose ball here. And a lot of contact there. They will get the foul. That was on number 4, Darrell Jones. So it will be the third team foul. We're already in the fourth quarter, and there's only 3 team fouls, 7 total between both teams. This has really been a high contact game, and we haven't seen a lot of fouls, but definitely makes for a good game. So Fuentes up top, setting up the offense. Duran, 3-point shot off the mark. And here comes Takis Newton. Tariq Logan gets a floater, and he'll grab the bucket. He's got 5 points on the quarter. He looks to keep that moving. As you said, they want to run away with this. It's extended to 6 as it was 5 come the end of the third quarter. Inside, backing him down is Ben Scott. Vietz fell on the ball. And jump ball is called possession arrow in favor of Ulysses. So they'll get a second opportunity at that. Checking in is Levi Gwynn for Ulysses. So it'll be a baseline inbound here for Ulysses. Trey Duran is subbed out. Long pass and caught by Jordan Cifuentes. They get the offense rolling, gets a pass over to Lance Walker. He's taking his time. Cifuentes fouled by Caden Purring.
And if you're Coffeyville, that's not the foul you wanted to give up, as they've done a great job moving their feet on defense. But that's Caden Hearing's 4th personal foul, so Seth Bromley is going to come back in. And Hearing, who's a big part of the defensive side of the ball, blocking shots and making the offensive players change up their shots on the inside. He'll have to head to the bench for quite some time in this fourth quarter. Cifuentes heating up from 3, knocks that one down. A 3-point ball game, and it'll be a timeout called by Ulysses. It'll be a full timeout. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 41-38 your score with 5:24 remaining in this fourth quarter. And this lead has really been back and forth. Sometimes it's a big lead by Coffeyville, but sometimes Ulysses chips away at it. And they've only led a couple times so far in this game, but it hasn't been by much. Been led by that man right there, Takis Newton, along with Adam Viets, who's driving in right now, looking for the Euro step and got fancy with it. Instead, he'll turn it over. There's his ball. Jordan Cifuentes pushing it forward. It's over to the top of the key. Nightingale over to Walker, back to Nightingale. Inside, Gwynn puts up a shot and it rolls around off the mark. Seth Bromley will be at the top of the key. And that's one thing you mentioned, Austin, is that both of these postmen for Coffeyville have 4 fouls, Brendan Graham and Caden Herring. And it's tough to run an offense when you don't have a big man, which is someone they've relied on so far in this game. Seth Bromley, while he does want to be that big man and he does have the size to do it, he just doesn't have the experience quite enough to do that, especially in a game that they're really trying to hold on to a lead. They need one of their main post guys in this game, but as I said, they both have 4 fouls, and that's going to be tough to put them in.
And it's even harder on the defensive end because of Gwynn's size. He missed on that last possession. Tariq Logan got the bucket right there, but they miss his size on the defensive end, especially with Lance Walker. But Darnell Jones, who is very athletic, gets 2 blocks right there, but Fuentes will end up getting the bucket to bring it back within 3.
Fuentes has 10 points on the second half. And Newton loses handles on it. Here comes Jordan Cifuentes, and off the mark on the layup just barely. So checking in here is both of the postmen I was talking about, Caden Herring and Brendan Graham, and then for Ulysses, Ben Scott. And Seth Bromley and Adam Viets check out for Coffeyville. Looks like it will be a timeout, a full timeout. And we'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 43-40 your score. And the pep band warming up right now. Next game is going to be Maize South versus your Valley Center Hornets. And that's going to be a big game to watch. We saw that went into overtime in their last matchup. And definitely always a huge rivalry. A rivalry that fills out the stat sheets and fills out the stands as well. And make sure to tune in for that. It's set to start at 1:30. Here comes Coffeyville, who has a 3-point lead. Leading the way is Tariq Logan, but he's taking his time. They're really looking to stall, even though they only have a 3-point lead. They need to produce a lot more on the offensive side of the ball.
And if I'm Coffeyville, the person I want having the ball is either Tariq Logan or Darnell Jones. They've had the hot hand in this game on the inside, and they have to be able to get on the inside. Points in the paint is they're winning, and they need to be able to keep doing that because they have been pretty much ice cold from 3 today.
And a floater is blocked by Ben Scott, but instead his own rebound. So what he'll get, that's Tariq Logan. Caden Hurring up top. That's one thing that Coffeyville does a good job of, is extending their postmen. They're actually rarely in the paint. They can make plays in the paint, but they also know how to play on the outside, which is a very valuable asset to the offense and something that these Coffeyville players add quite a bit to the valuability of their offense, as I said. Daryl Jones drives in, looks for the mid-range jumper, but good defense by Lance Walker, and it's a charge called on Brendan Graham, his 5th and final foul. And Brendan Graham only 4 points on the night. A rare performance from him. He had 12 last night and 16 2 nights ago. And he'll foul out with 4. That's just crazy to see. Seth Bromley will check in for him, and Aaron Galindo checks in for Ulysses. It will be Ulysses' ball after that charge.
Fuentes has had the hot hand. He'll bring it up the floor for Ulysses. They need to set up an offense. They're running the 2 postman underneath. Lance Walker and Duran both in the game. They're going to have to find a way to use them.
And off the mark there. Bromley tries to dive for it, but in the end, it'll just be Ulysses' ball. Baseline inbound from Lance Walker.
And what a game Darrell Jones is having. He's doing it on the offensive end, had 3 dunks in that first half, but his defense has really been the spotlight of his game so far, creating hard opportunities for Ulysses to score in the paint while also denying passes. And right there, that ball went out of bounds. It stayed with Ulysses, but it was because Darrell Jones denied Duran the ball from fronting him and not letting what we see other big men do, and that's clearing out the lane. Duran has not been able to do that against Bromley and Jones in this game, as a good defensive stand right there from the Golden Tornadoes. And Scott travels, 1:54 left. They hold on to a 3-point lead. And if you're Ulysses, that's the one thing you cannot do, is turn the ball over in crunch time, as Ulysses coach pulls Scott out for the travel, and Nightingale will check in.
We mentioned Darrell Jones' defense. He's had a handful of rebounds in this game, but not only that, I saw one specific possession where he had 3 blocks in one possession. That's just insane as a defender, and he's playing incredible, getting a lot of rebounds. Tariq Logan tried to drive in and get it to Seth Bromley, but indeed a turnover is what happens. And that's what Coffeyville has struggled with, transition offense as well. Ryan Nightingale gets the bucket. But with the turnovers, they're going to have to, they can't turn the ball over here as they're trying to hold on to this lead. It's more valuable than just about anything else, is holding on to the ball and not having turnovers like that one. Here's Jordan Cifuentes. He'll look to kick out. Nothing comes of it. Inside, Trey Duran, kick out pass to Lance Walker. And pulls a couple quick moves off the mark there, and unfortunately they can't take the lead with that shot. But here comes Coffeyville after Hurring's rebound. This is going to be interesting. 1-point deficit, under a minute to play.
There's been a lot of close games in this tournament, Caleb, and the team that ends up winning it is the one who can establish an offense and run the offensive play. And it's not been transition offense very often in these crunch time moments. That'll be a timeout called by the Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes. We'll be back after a short commercial break.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here. 46 seconds. As you said earlier, Austin, this is crunch time right here, and everything that you do, every motion, whether or not you have the ball matters. Coffeyville with possession, trying to run out this clock.
It'll be a foul called underneath. They're going to get Galindo. Excuse me, they're going to get Nightingale. It's his first personal, so good thing Galindo didn't pick up his Fourth personal right there. And Tariq Logan back at the line for Coffeyville.
And earlier in this quarter, he made an and one opportunity. And there he goes, making his second free throw on the game. He's had 8 points on the quarter, and no better time to heat up, but he is the sole owner of the scoring in the fourth quarter for Coffeyville. Off the mark on that free throw, and Hurring gets the offensive board. And that right there is how you keep a lead, by getting offensive boards, forcing guys like Jordan Cifuentes to foul.
And if you're Ulysses, that may have been a foul a little bit too early, as there could be a couple more possessions in this game. If I was Ulysses, I would try to just play solid defense right there and try to guard tightly and maybe foul in about 10 to 15 seconds after, because now this gives more time for Tariq Logan to extend a lead. It will have a timeout called by Ulysses. We'll be back here in 30 seconds.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 3 points is now the lead after a clutch free throw by Tariq Logan. And right here, he can make it a two-possession game with this shot. And you know, if it is a two-possession game, it's not over, but it's going to be much harder on Ulysses. They can tie the game and possibly send it into overtime, but if you're Coffeyville, you still want this free throw. Here's the shot, and it's off the mark. Darrell Jones get another offensive board, and he'll be fouled.
It'll be a timeout called by Coffeyville, a smart timeout right there. They will have 30 seconds to try to pull out this win in this 7th place matchup here at January Jam.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 3 points is the deficit, but an incredible offensive board right before that timeout by Darrell Jones. And really one of the clutchest rebounds that he could have made in this tournament. And so that might be enough to propel Coffeyville to a victory. We'll see. Remember, this is for 7th place in the game. Hurring will be fouled. No, it's called a jump ball. Trey Duran and Jordan Cifuentes were on him, and they did a good job of making contact with that ball, though it is possession arrow in favor of Coffeyville. Oscar Martinez checks in for Trey Duran. Baseline inbound here. Takis Newton. And lobbed up to Tariq Logan. Lance Walker gets the foul call, his third.
And Tariq Logan back at the line. Last time 1 for 2. The time before that, he was also 1 for 2. It's a 1-and-1 right here. These are big free throws. And he missed it. Rebounded by Martinez, and Ulysses has an opportunity right here. Nightingale a 3. Good. Ties the ball game up at 45. And it will have a timeout. 18.3 seconds. And Nightingale just made things a little bit more interesting. We'll be right here. And we'll be back right here on Hornet Studios in 30 seconds.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755 4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Tie ball game. Ryan Nightingale, talk about clutch. A top of the key three and drained it to tie this ball game. And you know Ulysses is ready to go after that timeout. They've been chipping away at this lead and have struggled seeing Coffeyville go on a couple long runs and eventually take big leads, but every time that they've let up a run by Coffeyville, they've made it back, and right now they have a tie ball game. They're ready to go here with under 20 seconds, and they're ready to get this win. We'll see what happens as Logan brings the ball down.
Coffeyville is likely going to get the last shot. Logan drives in and out of bounds with 3.1 seconds left. Coffeyville is going to call their final timeout, and we'll be back when play resumes.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
Well, I know it's the last place game, Austin, and you don't think it could be interesting, but a tie ball game here with 3.1 seconds, and these may not be the best two teams in the tournament, but they've certainly made this last place game a lot more interesting than it typically should be. Ulysses will take the court. And Lance Walker with a good play, but they'll say it was out of bounds, so it will be Coffeyville ball here with 3.1 seconds, and we might see a buzzer beater, or we might see overtime. We'll see. Inbounding here is Takese Newton.
Coffeyville running their cuts, finding Jones, a fadeaway, and we're headed to overtime. Another overtime here in January Jam. In the 7th place matchup between the Ulysses Tigers and Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes. We'll be right back here for the start of this overtime matchup.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios tie ball game. OT1, 4 minutes to play here in overtime. And off the mark on that last possession. But I heard Coffeyville's coach getting pretty aggressive in that huddle. He said, you've worked for this for quite a long time, or basically said you've worked for this quite a long time, and you've worked hard for this in this game as well. So they deserve a win here, but they're going to have to play four full minutes of basketball now here in overtime if they want to get this win and not just go on runs like they have the rest of the game.
And they had the ball in the hands of who they wanted it, in Jones, but he just couldn't convert on that last shot. But in the 4th quarter, it was Tariq Logan who really took over. Here he is at the top of the key for 3 off the mark on the right side, and Jordan Cifuentes and company up the floor. Inside, Lance Walker going to go up with the right hand, and he'll take the 2-point lead for Ulysses. It's the first lead from the second half from Ulysses, and Coffeyville need to get things rolling on the offensive end. Newton a long 3, short, and Galindo a rebound. Through a minute of play, 2 points have been scored by Ulysses.
Galindo up top, operating the offense, calling the plays. Over to Cifuentes. And looking through his options, finds Galindo. Taking it slowly but surely, and that's one of those things because it's kind of a battle in overtime. You go down and you score, then you make a defensive stop, and now you have some free range. And so you're trying to slow down that offense a little bit more and get more of a sure-handed bucket so you can extend that lead. But unfortunately, they can't convert there, and that could have been a very valuable 2 points to push them over the limit in overtime and possibly get a win.
Well, Tyrese Newton just went out, but that was the definition of moving your feet on defense right there, as Galindo tripped up because he was trying to lean in and draw a foul, but Newton did a great job, and it'll be a great layup right there from Veets to tie it up at 47. Logan and Newton went out on that last possession, but they're coming right back in as they've been two consistent players for Coffeyville in this tournament.
Martinez drives in, and he'll get fouled on the way. And it's going to be on Ethan Veets, the man who just made the bucket. As you said, Tariq Logan and Takis Newton back into the game. Lance Walker to baseline inbound here. And Darrell Jones really playing aggressive defense there. He's jumping as high as he can to get in the face of Lance Walker. He's going to work hard on defense every possession. Jordan Cifuentes from the top of the key, and he'll knock it down. And that right there, a three-point shot in overtime, is very valuable because as Coffeyville, you have to go down there and match it. And when you have to go down there and match a three-point shot, oftentimes you're not going to take the best shot that you're given. You're going to take the first three-point shot that you're given. And because of that, it oftentimes forces a bad shot. We'll see what happens here after Cifuentes' three. And Logan looking inside, looking for the floater, and a block, an and one opportunity as Logan finished well, but Oscar Martinez is going to get the foul.
And right there, when Tariq Logan went out of bounds, not went out of bounds, but he got called out, and coach sat him down on the bench, and I think what he said was, do not take that three at the top of the key that he took and missed earlier. He wants him to drive in. That's what he does best. And then right there, he drives in, got the and one, ties the ball game up, and he pointed to his coach, and his coach smiled at him. So you know that's one of the things they talked about right there. And as a player, you have to be able to be coachable, and Tariq Logan was right there. A steal and a timeout as Newton got the steal. He's landed on by Lance Walker. Darrell Jones and Walker getting into a heated scuffle right there. But ultimately, it'll be a timeout. Newton shaken up. We'll be back for the final minute and 25 right here on Hornet Studios.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Tie ball game at 50. And I said they needed to go down there and match them with a three-point shot. But a good play to get the and one. And that was Tariq Logan. He drove in, drew the foul. And as you said, he was very coachable and learned from his previous mistakes. And because of that, he was able to take advantage of that, make this a tie ball game. And I believe it will be Coffeyville ball. And they might have the momentum here in overtime. Tariq Logan will lead them down the court. And he's slowing things down because he knows that they have the momentum. They just scored and then eventually forced a turnover. And because of that, they can do anything they want on the offensive side of the ball, as long as they don't turn it over.
If you're Coffeyville, you need to keep setting screens, run the high-low. As Caden Hearing will take it in himself, and over Lance Walker gets the bucket to go. Now a 2-point lead.
Well, I love what Ulysses did throughout the course of this game. They kept coming back and kept coming back, but it's just not enough. they didn't start the quarter off well, and because of that, they had to come back at the end of the quarter. Well, they didn't start off overtime well, and because of that, they're going to have to make a comeback here. They're just not a good first half of the quarter type team, and because of that, they're struggling in this 4-minute overtime.
Lance Walker missed, and Jones another rebound to his name. 25 seconds left.
Logan looking, and he's driving. A clear foul there by Lance Walker. And that's Lance Walker's fourth, but with 20.6 seconds left, that doesn't seem like much of a problem. Unless, of course, Ulysses manages to tie it up. And here's Tariq Logan to shoot two valuable free throws. He hits both of these, and it's a 2-possession game with 21 seconds left. That's a tough comeback to make. Here's Logan's first. And it's in. They'll extend the lead to 3. Now this right here, Austin, is really what the valuable free throw is. He wants to extend this to a 2-possession game. We'll see if he can do it. And it's in. He'll do his duties at the free throw line. He's 3 for 3 in overtime.
Ulysses has to score fast. Nightingale at the top of the key. He hit a 3 to tie it earlier. Lance Walker, a corner 3. Off the mark, and that could do it right there as Newton comes the other way. He makes these 2 free throws. It's just probably out of reach for Ulysses with only 6.4 seconds left.
Lance Walker did what he had to. He's a lot of the Ulysses offensive production, and if he feels confident to take that shot, I don't blame him for that. Here's Takese Newton to make the shots. And it's up and off the mark. But now, all he can do is extend it to a 5-point lead, which will still be nice to have. It's still a 2-possession lead, which is what Coffeyville wants. And there's 6.5 seconds. We'll see how Ulysses plays this out as Newton makes his second. Lindo leading the way. And he'll slow it down, not taking an immediate shot. Off the mark there, and clock hits double zeros. 55-50, your final score in overtime. Coffeyville comes home with 7th place, and Ulysses falls to last place in the tournament. That's all for the game, the 7th place game. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash, and join us back here in about 20 minutes for the Valley Center versus May South 5th place game. Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Koash for tonight's varsity matchup, the 5th place game of the 36th annual January Jam Tournament between the May South Mavericks and your Valley Center Hornets. And the Hornets had a good win in yesterday's routing of Ulysses at 79-46, and quite a game they played. And then also, well, this has been the time they played every day. They played the other night against Blue Valley West and unfortunately got beat in double overtime, 82-74, but that was a tough loss to watch. And now they're playing this May South team who they've already played with and have a rivalry with, and this is going to be a big game. The bigger scorers are still extending their scoring streaks. Trey Reed, who averages 21 points a game in this tournament, is averaging 30 points a game. He's having a fun time scoring in this game. And then guys like Jacob Byrne, who's averaging 17 points a game, hit 18 in 2 nights ago's loss, and then 25 in last night's game. Eli Isaacs, who has 11 points a game, had 17 the other night, and Gabe Phillips, we saw his career high with 28. There's a lot of scorers on both of these teams, and they're really heating up in this tournament. It's going to be a really fun game to watch, and even though it is tournament play rather than regular season, I think it's going to be even more fun of a game than we saw earlier in this year. But looks like we will get the national anthem underway pretty soon. And Austin, what do you have to say about this game?
Well, the Hornets do not struggle to score in this tournament. Like you said, 79 points and 71 points, and most of the time that's going to win games. And they're gonna have to do it on the defensive end, and that is stopping Trey Reed, who averages 30 points in this tournament. He has 59 through 2 games, and that's an outstanding number. Hornets are going to have to limit him in this ball game. We'll be back after our national anthem being played by the Hornet Pep Band.
And we're back here after the national anthem, but this May South team is a dominant team. 2 days ago, they lost come behind victory by Shawnee Mission East, who's now in the tournament championship. And so first off here for the starting lineups, number 2, Eli Isaacs. Isaacs, as we said, quite a scorer, 17 points in 2 nights ago's loss, and then 18 in last night's. Here's Ben Krull, and he finished in the three-point contest and had quite a fun time doing that. He's a gutsy shooter and can shoot from anywhere on the court. Here's the defender, number 3, Mason Burns, and be looking for him to draw a lot of charges, make a lot of defensive plays. Here's Parker Scott next up for May South, and also competed in the three-point contest. He can shoot from just about anywhere on the floor. And now a shooter in the building, number 10, Jacob Byrne, and he's going to hit threes at an unbelievable rate if he gets hot, and the Hornets need him to hit those threes. He hit 25 points last night. And here's Trey Reed, the scorer for May South. As I said, averaging 30 points in this tournament and hard worker, great player, 28 points the other night. That's Gabe Phillips for the Hornets. Next up, Adam Kazitz, who's going to be playing in the post for May South. And when you see him, you can't help but ask, how's the weather up there? That's number 23, Braden Gray, standing at 6'9", towering over everybody in this gym. And can't wait to see what he'll do in the post, as one thing you have to remember, Austin, is last year they played against Cale Cornanoe against this May South team, and Braden Gray had to face him, and so he had a tough matchup. But now he doesn't have that much of a matchup with Adam Kazitz. That's going to be a matchup to key on. And then one player I forgot to mention was number 10, Tyzik Nolan for May South. He's going to round off their starting lineup. And I'm excited to get this game underway. And as I said, it's not going to be as much hype. If you remember from last game, all the stands pretty much were filled up by both May South and the Hornets fans. And it was loud. It was electrifying in this stadium. But now it's not as big just because it is a tournament game. But I think the game's going to be as fun, if not more fun, because of these big scores being hot in this tournament.
And one thing to note is Braden Gray has the size advantage, and he was also feeling his inside game as they get it into him right there, but he was feeling his hops earlier today as he got second in the dunk contest. Had a pretty cool assisted dunk with Jacob Byrne throwing it off the backboard, and he ended up getting second in that. And then earlier, Jacob Byrne won the three-point contest. I believe he only missed 4 threes, and he's going to be electric from behind the arc tonight. Braden Gray hit his first free throw, and he knocks down both. That's something that he's been improving on this whole season, as he gets fouled a lot for a big man underneath. He's got to be able to convert on his free throws, and he does here in this first minute of the ballgame.
Well, he's been working really hard on that over the offseason. As you said, being a big man, you tend to get fouled quite often, and so it adds another level of valuability to yourself when you can make three throws as a big man. There goes Tyzik Nolan, and he'll hit a three. He had 2 points and 5 fouls the other night in their first-round loss, and Tyzik Nolan hasn't really produced the same numbers that he has in the regular season, and so he's looking to make up for that with this game.
Isaacs, a long three. Knocks that one down. Eli Isaacs hits the three from beyond the arc. 5-3 game. And like I mentioned, the Hornets not struggling to score in this tournament. 79 points, 74 points in their 2 games so far. They're going to have to guard Trey Reed well. And other players are going to have to step up. If you are May South, Trey Reed right there drives in. And we'll have an and one opportunity. Mason Burns is face guarding Trey Reed, and what May South is trying to do is getting him open by setting multiple screens. Here's Reed, a 1-point lead for the Mavericks. We mentioned this isn't the first time that we've seen the May South team, and it's not the last. This is part 2 of a trilogy this season. Hornets will be playing them later on down the road at May South. And there'll be a travel right there from Gabe Phillips as he tried to get on the inside. Gabe Phillips, in his first game of the tournament against Blue Valley West, he had 28 points, and most of his points coming from inside the lane because he did a great job with driving into the lane and then taking a turnaround jumper or a short 15-footer, and that was where he made his money in the first game. Tyzik Nolan already with 5 points for May South.
Well, one thing I wanted to mention, Austin, was Trey Reed. I saw him hit that shot, that and one opportunity, and that's going to be the guy who they need to shut down from May South's offense. He scored over a third of their offense in the first game and 40% of their offense last game. This man is a scorer, and if the Hornets don't shut him out, if they don't shut him down early, then they're going to pay for it on the scoreboard.
And Nolan underneath, drives baseline. Parker Scott in a corner 3, off the mark, rebounded by Braden Gray. Hornets pushing the floor. They want to run fast pace. They've done a great job so far in this tournament with the transition offense. And that's 5 seconds underneath as Mason Burns was in trouble in the corner. Good defense by Parker Scott. It'll be Ray Flora and Josh Dessenberger checking in for the Hornets. And May South ball coming the other way. as they hold on to a 1-point lead.
Well, these are two guys who just checked in that I really like to see on this basketball court. They're two guys who bring a level of leadership to this court that when they're not on the court, while they may have, it just electrifies it quite a bit more. These are two really good leaders, and they have a good impact on this team, not only in the game, in their minutes that they play, but more importantly in practice. They push everybody and make sure that everybody's getting the best work they can in practice and keeping them to always improving.
Gabe Phillips, a corner three. No good. Rebounded by Tyzik Nolan and Kazitz. Here's Reed coming the other way. Ben Crowell, a three. Step back. He'll hit that. That's his game, is he's not known for really driving into the paint or anything. He just kind of is a catch and shoot specialist right there. Off the step back, knocks that three down. 4-point lead. Braden Gray checks back in as Josh Dessenberger will head to the bench.
Well, that's the thing. I liked what May South did there. They sent Ben Crowell out to the corner, recognized the 1-3-1 defense, and when you send it out to the corner like that, that forces 6'7" Josh Dessenberger to defend a guard, as you said, a catch and shooter who will make him pay for going out to the post. And I understand why Dessenberger did what he did. That was just picking on matchups for May South.
And Marion Ponce checked in as Gabe Phillips went to the bench a moment ago. And Phillips, 2 early turnovers for the Hornets. So it's one thing that he had struggled with early on in the season is he would turn the ball over when he tried to drive in. Isaacs, a floater from the free throw line, gets that to go. 4:10 left. High-paced basketball game. This is the kind of games that we like to call up here in the booth. No good on the shot from Tyzik Nolan.
Well, and that's the thing we've talked about, is that on this loser side of the bracket, a lot of the teams have struggled to shoot, and because of that, they're not producing the points they want to be producing. This May South team produced 86 points last night, and then the Hornets produced 79, and had they shot like they wanted to, they easily could have produced 100. They're not shooting at the rate they need to, and because of that, Hornets are taking advantage of it on the defensive side, but on the offensive side, they need to start picking it up.
And one thing is Jacob Byrne struggled from on the arc in the first half, and so you saw him be able to expand his game, and he started driving in and creating opportunities for himself and others. On the other side of the ball, it was Kazitz who stepped out of bounds, and the Hornets had it, but they couldn't convert. Ray Flora gets called for a foul right there. And it looks like Flora and Byrne will be the ones face guarding Trey Reed in this matchup.
Well, you know May South's offense is solely based around Trey Reed. They have some good guys who can shoot, but Trey Reed is the scorer. If you get the ball in his hands, it's most likely going to be a bucket some way, somehow, and he can make anything into that. So, as I said, I got to watch tonight here if you're the Hornets defense.
Parker Scott misses badly. Isaacs running the floor with Braden Gray. Tried to alley-oop it to him, but Gray couldn't hold on. Ball's on the floor. No one's come up with it yet. And it'll be a jump ball. Possession goes to May South. Isaacs and Scott on the ground for it. So Scott is a little bit slow to get up. Pons heads to the bench as Phillips checks back in for Valley Center. 3:08 left.
Well, that's the thing that I like about this Hornets team is they'll dive for every ball, but the Mavericks are the same way. They're a high-paced, aggressive team, and this is why it's such a prime-time type matchup, a matchup that ends up in overtime quite often because both these teams are intense and very aggressive on the basketball floor.
Inside, Isaacs blocks Parker Scott. No one thought about the three, but he didn't take it, and he'll head to the bench as the freshman Isaiah Atwater checks back in for May South. He's done a great job when he checks in. He's hit a couple threes. He hit a very needed three in the first matchup against the Hornets earlier on in the season that ended up propelling them with the comeback and then win in overtime.
Well, that's the thing about Isaiah Atwater, and along with a lot of these other Mavericks players, is that Trey Reed is the scorer, but when it comes down to it, you pass the ball to these other guys, and they'll still manage to make it. You might take away Trey Reed, but you give it to another guy, and you still have to defend them because they can score as well.
Underneath, that'll be a foul called on Adam Kazitz. Hornets trying to find Braden Gray at almost every possession, but right now Kazitz is doing a great job of not letting him get his hands cleanly on the ball. Ben Crowell out at the top of the key for three. And another three from Crowell.
Well, I talked about during the three-point shooting contest how Crowell is a really gutsy three-point shooter. He went down and just pulled that up immediately, and because he was feeling it, he was able to make it. But that's just a gutsy call, and there's really no way to defend that because you never know when he's just going to pull up and shoot.
Parker Scott, a mid-range jumper over Isaacs. Isaacs on that last possession went down and broke the ice. The Hornets hadn't scored for about a minute and 30 seconds on 3 possessions. Underneath, Burns over to Isaacs in the corner. Eli Isaacs, another three. He'll hit that 2-point game. Here's Trey Reed and company running the floor. Both teams trying to run intense. They're playing good defense, but the offensive production is just better right now.
Well, that's the thing about this Maize South team is they're very streaky, and so they go on long runs. As you said, Eli Isaacs broke the ice earlier on the run, and now the Hornets are on a run right now, and they need to take full advantage of it, because if they don't, and Maize South gets to back to being on a run, then it's going to be an even bigger lead that they have to come back from.
Trey Reed coming down. That'll be a foul called on Mason Burns. Reed headed back to the line. One thing I saw right there from Jacob Byrne, and probably one of the first times I've seen it this season, is he rushed his shot. And that just was a good closeout by the Maize South team, but Jacob Byrne never rushes his shot, and that's why he missed right there. From our angle, it looked like it was going in, but he ended up missing. Here it is. Reed's first. Braden Dalrymple coming in for the Hornets along with Tyzik Nolan for Maize South.
Well, that's the thing. This is a big matchup. This is a big rivalry, and so you have a lot of nervousness, a lot of anxious feelings and that kind of thing. You want to be able to score, and because of that, you tend to rush your shot quite often, and that's why those shooting percentages are low, because you're so focused on being this team and not just simply making shots, going back to your basketball form.
Well, besides the free throw line and that layup early, the Hornets have done a great job to try to contain Trey Reed. Under a minute to play in the first quarter. Been high paced. A lot of offensive production from both teams.
Well, and as you said, high pace, this is why it's always a primetime matchup, because it's back and forth the whole game, and it's always a high-scoring affair. As you saw last time, double overtimes, because it's just aggressive, intense play the whole entire time. Eli Isaacs for three, and off the mark, a putback by Dalrymple. And Dalrymple, one of those guys who gets very valuable minutes, and when he is able to do that, he gets a lot of points and gets a lot of things done for the Hornets.
Trey Reed off the miscommunication from the Hornets. Braden Dalrymple ran into Phillips. One thing about Braden Dalrymple is his offensive rebounding ability has really gotten the Hornets a lot of points this season. He'll have another chance at a buzzer. Braden Dalrymple hits the three at the buzzer. He did that in the game against Blue Valley West. 19-19 to end the first quarter. Stay tuned here on Hornet Studios for the second quarter in this thriller against Maize South.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 19-all for this Maize South versus Valley matchup through one quarter of play. And the Hornets struggled a little bit in the first quarter. As you talked about, Austin, there's quite a run going for Maize South. And that's one of those things we talk about, playing full 4 consistent quarters of basketball. Well, right now they need to play a full consistent quarter of basketball against this May South team and not let them go on any runs. And if they can do that, then they'll be able to move on to the third quarter and have a solid lead. There goes Parker Scott scoring on a baseline cut.
One thing about Parker Scott is coming into the season, and when he was at the JV level, he was the sharpshooter. He was able to shoot from around the arc at a great rate, and yet he can still do that. He's expanded his game to try to score on the inside, and he's been struggling on the outside, just like Jacob Byrne. When he struggles, he ends up bringing his game to the inside and scoring in the paint. And Braden Dalrymple, another point right there. His high on the season is 11, and that was earlier in the regular season game. Here he already has 7.
Well, that's one of the things that's nice for Coach Unruh. A good move by Ben Kroll, but that's one of the things you love to see as a coach. He wasn't playing much at the beginning of the season, very few minutes, but then he goes in, gets some of that varsity time, and now Coach Unruh can confidently put him in every single time and know that he'll do a good job and play at a high level with good athleticism and still score some points.
Jacob Byrne got that bucket to go, and like you said, it really had to earn the trust back during the summer when the Hornets went on some of their games. Braden Dalrymple was really in that starting group, and some other players have stepped up, but Dalrymple is a guy who can start, but also when he gets in, he just has valuable minutes. Ben Kroll hits a 3, and I don't think it'll count as there was a technical foul called on Ray Flora of the Hornets. That's his second personal. It's like just being in the face of Trey Reed trying to guard him tightly, and I watched Ray Flora earlier. He just stuck his hand in the face of Trey Reed, and as sometimes it can be good defense, but sometimes gets a little obnoxious on the backside. They are going to count the 3-point basket, so now a 3-point lead for the Mavs, and they'll have free throws off this technical.
That's something you don't typically see out of Ray Flora, and I'm wondering if the tides are not turned or something or with the refs, but that's one of those things is you get in a big matchup like that and you can easily get in players' heads, so it's not rare to see a technical foul, but Ray Flora is not really the kind of guy that I would expect to see a technical foul against. And here's Ben Kroll, and he'll drain that one.
And now a 4-point game, but Ray Flora was wondering what was going on. And like I said, it's just the hand in the face of Trey Reed. That's all it was. Even though it's off ball and he's not even close to getting the ball, Ray Flora was just putting his hand in his face. So sometimes some refs will call it good defense. Other times, some refs will just say it's unneeded and unnecessary, and that's why Ray Flora got the technical.
Well, that's the thing. You play aggressive basketball and you tend to foul quite a bit more, as it's been shown with this Hornets team being in foul trouble a couple times this season. And it's tough to play with, but you just have to learn to move on. Parker Scott knocks down a 3, and he's got 7 points on the night.
And it's a 7-point lead. Hornets got to start scoring. Byrne been silenced this game. Inside, Braden Gray. 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Flora in the corner, drives in. Jacob Byrne out for 3. Knocks it down. Breaks the ice for the Hornets. And it'll be a timeout called by Valley Center. Coach Unruh going to talk things over. We'll be back in 30 seconds with 5:48 left on the clock.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here. Jacob Byrne knocks down that 3 right before the timeout, and good call by Coach Unround to take the timeout. He says, like you said, we broke the ice now. Now we have to start setting up something, a consistent offense, because we haven't had that so far in this game, and that's something that they're looking to do here with 5:45 remaining in the first half, and that's something you need to do in the first half so you can be set for the second half.
Byron Fitzpatrick with the ball now. Ben Kroll having a great first half. He turns it over right there. Gabe Phillips brought it up the floor, and they'll turn it over. A backcourt violation. That's the third turnover for Gabe Phillips in this game. Ray Flora checks back in for him.
Well, and that's the thing. I really respect Gabe Phillips' work ethic, but that's one of those things. He messes up, and then he's so hard on himself, and he expects perfection from himself that it carries with him the whole game, and that's tough to see. I love the strive for perfection, but you have to move on as a player over time.
Now Parker Scott has 7 points here in the first half. Isaacs down by 6. Flora making a move, got inside with the left hand. He'll be fouled. Gray Flora headed to the free throw line. Flora, an excellent free throw shooter for Valley Center.
Line for Valley Center will be number 42, Ray Flora. He'll be shooting good.
Flora had the technical earlier. Here's his shot. And that falls. So checking in here for the Mavericks, number 32, Andrew Schinkel, and then number 3, Mason Burns for the Hornets.
And for May South, Schinkel is the tallest player besides Kazitz, and he had some valuable minutes in their loss earlier on the first day of the tournament. But one thing he can do is he can be a presence on the defensive end, trying to guard Braden Gray. May South working the ball around.
Well, I think something that really changed there, Mason Burns was subbed in, and I think Ty Unround wants to create more of a defensive presence. Once they get that run started on the offensive side, they want to get, like I said, a defensive presence. So by subbing in Mason Burns, you're creating a little bit more of that defensive presence.
A dangerous pass, got it to Dalrymple though. Hornets down by 7. Braden Gray along the outside. May South is running a zone. The Hornets haven't been able to beat the zone consistently against teams.
Well, May South's bench is getting pretty hyped up, but that's one of those things about the Hornets. A play doesn't work out, and they get the ball right back and set up, and then they end up scoring just like that. Mason Burns grabs a quick jumper, and that'll cut the lead to 5.
Burns is guarding Reed. Parker Scott in the corner has 7 points. And take another jumper, that time off the mark. A little bit of acting there from Ray Flores. He tried to draw the charge. But here come the Hornets. Dalrymple to Burns, and they're going to get Mason Burns on a travel as he tried to ball fake, put the ball on the floor. Isaacs checks back in for Valley Center. And then for May South is going to be Isaiah Atwater once again.
Well, Isaacs right now needs to start producing to cut this lead. In the first half, he had in the first quarter, he had 9 points, but yet to attempt a shot in this second quarter. And tough to see, he's gone cold and hasn't been able to put up a shot. But this offense will need him. A turnover there off the hands of Ethan Schinkel. So it'll be Hornets ball.
And Isaacs trying to run a set play to Burn. Good defense by Tyzik Nolan. Breaks it up. Up the floor. Trey Reed fast. Gets the bucket to go. No foul. And it's a 7-point ball game.
Well, I said they put in Mason Burns to create a defensive presence. Well, when you're in the transition, Mason Burns can't always be there to create a defensive presence. That was a good job by May South, forcing the turnover, getting down there quick, and making sure their leading scorer is still scoring.
Isaacs dribbles, weaves through traffic, missed on the layup. Ball fought for, Mason Burns comes up with it. Braden Dalrymple gets the right-handed layup to go, and he'll be fouled. He's headed back to the line. Dalrymple, one of the better free throw shooters on this Hornet squad too, trying to complete a three-point play, down 5. Byron Fitzpatrick checks in for Parker Scott.
And Dalrymple's shot is up. It's through. He'll convert on the and one opportunity. He has 5 points on the quarter.
Trey Reed weaving through traffic. Turnaround jumper off the mark. Defense for Braden Gray right there. And here comes the Hornets once again. Dalrymple got it past the half-court line. Jacob Byrne, a corner shot. He'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line shooting 3 as they're going to get the foul on Tyzik Nolan.
Well, that's definitely not the guy you want to foul from the three-point line. Jacob Byrne, as we talked about, he's a shooter, but not only can he shoot from around the arc, you put up that many shots and you can shoot from anywhere on the court. First shot, and doesn't phase him at all. He makes it.
There's an official's timeout because Parker Scott should not be coming in yet. Burns still has 2 free throws. He'll sub in for Atwater after this Byrne free throw. Got it to go. 2-point ball game. Like you said, Maize South is a very streaky team, and so if the Hornets can limit the streaks that Maize South has and be able to put consistent basketball together, they're going to be able to pull out a victory here in the championship round of January Jam Day 3.
And that's the thing, even though Maize South is going to go on a run offensively, that's kind of a given at this point, seeing how they play them defensively. But that's the thing, is they can't stop producing on the offensive side of the ball. The Hornets can't, because you go on like a 10-0 run and then the lead is tough to come back from. But if you go on like a 10-6 run, say, it's much easier because you're producing on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, and the Hornets switched into their 1-3-1 defense last time they played Maize South. They stuck with it for most of the game, and that allowed Ben Crowell and Trey Reed to get a lot of points. But if they're not hot from three-point land, the 1-3-1 is probably the Hornets' best bet. Gabe Phillips at the top. Both teams running zones. You don't see that a ton. Braden Dalrymple saves that as the ball looked like it was about to go out of bounds.
Well, and that's the thing. All of these players are scorers, so a man defense is definitely the best way to go. Unless, of course, like you said, they're struggling shooting. And there goes Gabe Phillips making a mid-range jumper, his 4th point of the game. Something he's really good at. But if both teams are struggling shooting, a zone defense is the way to go. And there goes Parker Scott. He'll drain his 2nd 3 of the game and his 10th point of the quarter.
And when the Hornets have run their man defense, they usually just get back and find a man. Gabe Phillips gets that one to go, ties the ball game up. But usually, if you're the Hornets running the man defense, you got to get back. But when they run their zone, they have to be able to get in their area. That's why Parker Scott made that 3. Trey Reed, another 3 off the mark. 34 seconds to work with. Hornets going to slow it down. Isaacs got hit in the eye. Looks like he's going to have to pause. He can't see. He'll head to the bench. Jacob Byrne going to come in. Isaacs, he was guarding Trey Reed, made Reed fumble it when he tried to pass it, and Reed's hand went right into Isaacs' eye. And 25 seconds in the 2nd quarter. We're tied at 39. Mason Burns with it. Guarded by Reed. That's a foul called on Trey Reed. As I was watching the ref count, that was 4 seconds. And it could have been a 5-second call because it was good defense by Reed, but he got too aggressive and fouled Mason Burns, who's at the line shooting 1-1. Burns misses. Rebound by Nolan. Parker Scott up the floor. He's had a big first half. Trey Reed gonna go up with it. Can't get his first attempt. His second attempt blocked, and that'll end the first half. 39-39. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here on Hornet Studios for the start of the second half. Hornets playing great right now.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 39-all is your score right now at halftime. And talk about evenly matched. 19-19 was your score at the end of the first. Now tie ball game at 39 at the end of the first half. And we're on track to almost get 80, which is not a rare score to see from both of these teams. Ben Kroll with 12 points, Parker Scott with 12 points, and he really heated up there in that second quarter, a guy to watch in the third. And then there was Trey Reed, who had 8. And the Hornets in the first half managed to shut him down pretty well, which is good to see. But as I talked about, this offense has a lot of weapons, and they'll make you pay if you only try and shut down Trey Reed. So it's something the Hornets have to focus on. And I talked about shooting percentage. Mace South has definitely improved, shooting under 50% the past 2 nights, and then they've shot 53% total and 50% from three-point range so far tonight. And for the Hornets stats, Eli Isaacs with 10, and a corner 3 there, and it's on the mark there for Adam Kazitz. Eli Isaacs with 10, Mason Burns with 2, Braden Dalrymple with 10, Jacob Byrne with 8, Phillips with 6, Ray Flora with 1, and Braden Gray with 2.
Isaacs off the mark again from 3, and Gabe Phillips will be called for a foul as Tyzik Nolan fell to the ground. Looks like Phillips' hand was just on the ball, stuck in between Tyzik and Nolan. And here is Trey Reed. As you mentioned, the Hornets done a great job to silence him. He still has 8 points, a lot of it coming from the free throw line. Ben Kroll, who had a great first half, gets his ball stolen right there. Gabe Phillips running the floor. He's coming back for it. And he'll be in the corner.
And that's one thing about this Mavericks defense. Gabe Phillips was wide open a second ago, and they're just so quick as a team, so athletic as a team. They shifted so easily and so quickly. And Gabe Phillips will get the charge call there. Tyzik Nolan draws that one. And that's Phillips' second foul on the half already, and we're just a little bit ways through. Phillips not having the game he has had the rest of the tournament. 28 points in the first game, but and a solid performance in last night's game. I believe it was 11 points, but now he's got 4 and struggling in the early parts of each half. And there goes Ben Kroll making a 3-point shot.
And he checked in for Phillips is Dalrymple. He had a great first half, scoring 10 points. His season high is 11 points. So he'll have an opportunity here in this second half. Good, valuable minutes. Byrne at the top of the key from 3, off the mark. Fought for underneath, and Braden Gray is going to get called for a foul. Ben Kroll and him fought for the rebound. That'll be Gray's first person with 3 early fouls here for the Hornets. 2 committed by Phillips, and then 1 right there from Gray. We've seen these refs in this tournament let a lot of these teams play. The Hornets going to have to play solid defense, but also try not to foul. With that zone, that allows 3-point shots. You said in the first half, Hornets' best bet is probably not a zone. Parker Scott hits it right there. A timeout called by Coach Unruh and the Hornets. They're now down 8. Haven't found a bucket here in this third quarter.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 48-39 your score, and the Hornets struggling here early in the first half. 5:41 remains, and they've yet to find a bucket in the third quarter. And I was just telling you, Austin, 6 3-point shots made by Mace South in the first half, and they already have half of that number, 3 3-point shots made in this second half. And we're hardly 3 minutes through, so the Hornets need to find some way to shut them down on the offensive side. but more importantly, start producing on the offensive side. When Maize South goes on their runs, not only are they scoring, but they're shutting down this offense, and not something you typically see from a streaky team. They can go off on the offensive side of the ball, but they typically don't do an amazing job of shutting the offense down on the defensive side. But that's what they've done here tonight. Whenever they're on a run, they're shutting down the Hornets defensively, and the Hornets will need to find something with the ball.
And Byrne got it knocked away from him on the floor. It'll be a jump ball. Possession goes to Maize South. And Maize South going to have an opportunity to go up by double digits right here. Hornets going with a smaller lineup. Braden Gray and Josh Dessenberger on the bench. You don't see that too often. But with Braden Dalrymple stepping up in this game, he has some height to him. It's about the same height as Adam Kazitz. And against this squad, against Maize South, they're able to do this, the Hornets are. Baseline pass, Ben Crowell underneath. Missed on the layup, rebounded by Dalrymple. And then he'll bring it up the floor. Passes it to Phillips. Hornets luck out right there. Got to play solid defense and then start getting transition points on the offensive end and working their half-court offense. They're trying to find the soft spot of this zone, and that is the high post, usually in a 2-3 zone. But what Maize South is doing right now is they're running this zone very high up. Braden Dalrymple will hit a three. That's his first points of the second half, and he has 13 on the game.
Well, if there's no one better to get the scoring started off in the second half than Braden Dalrymple. He's having a career game right now, just surpassed his career high of 11, and now he has 13. He's going to be a go-to guy here late in the game, and though he doesn't have a lot of go-to experience per se, he's going to have to step up here, and that's exactly what he's doing as he makes his second bucket.
He has 15, and he got a block on that last possession. He's feeling it right now. Trey Reed inside. Gonna get that bucket to go. He has 10 points. 6-point ball game. Reed silences the crowd. Isaacs. Basin Burns in the corner. Like I said, this Maize South team running a very good 2-3 zone. If you're gonna run the zone, you have to be able to run it right. And the soft spot in a 2-3 is usually the high post. But as Kazitz and this Maize South team playing just around the arc, they're not really playing super high up. And so the Hornets have to be able to get it on the low post or beat it by passing.
Well, that's one of the things I see about this Hornet offense. They're running a lot of off-ball movement against the zone defense, and that doesn't really affect anything. It's mostly people with the ball or passing it around as Mason Byrne makes that jumper. But you have to be able to pass the ball around and move the ball around, because in a zone defense, it's ball first, and that's what they're going to be focused on. Off-ball movement doesn't do much to affect the zone defense.
And a tip in right there from Adam Kazitz. And back up to the 6-point deficit for the Hornets. Gabe Phillips thought about the three. Passing right there from the Hornets, and Eli Isaacs drains it from deep. Like I said, quick passes is going to be able to beat a zone in the Hornets right there. Mason Burns doing a great job finding Isaacs, and then he had the wide open three.
Well, Isaacs went cold in the second quarter. Not a single point as Mason Burns draws a charge in what he's known for. No better person to do it on than Trey Reed. But I said Isaacs went cold in the second quarter, partially due to his contact actually being stuck in his eye, as you mentioned to me at halftime. He went out there and struggled with his eye, and he went out of the game. But the Hornets need him. They needed him back, and they got him back. He's got his scoring started off here in the second half with a solid three, and they're going to need to see more of that from him.
Here is Flora working against Ben Crowell. Mavericks still running the 2-3. The Hornets really haven't found an answer except on that last possession. Byrne. And guarded tightly. Inside floater from Gabe Phillips. He gets it to go, no foul. And it's a 1-point ball game.
Well, that's one of those things you're talking about, playing to your refs, and unfortunately, from my angle, that looks like a charge on Gabe Phillips, but I know that the Hornets caught a break there, and they need to use that to their advantage. They cut the lead to 1. Now they have some momentum, some place to grip their feet at, and now they can start that run and start taking over this game.
Well, the Hornets have 12 points in the third quarter so far, a minute 15 left. And if you remember right, yesterday in their game against Ulysses, they had 34. Jacob Byrne makes it 14 in the quarter, and the Hornets will take the lead. Trey Reed pushes the floor fast. He'll get it on the layup with the right hand on the left side, and he's headed to the free throw line to try to complete a three-point play. And if you're the Hornets, you know you've played Mesa-South plenty of years in a row now that head coach Kip Schultz loves to run the ball fast, especially after your own basket. They push the ball in transition fast. Trey Reed being one of the best to do it. And he got his points right there. It's a 2-point ball game. Isaacs setting things up for the Hornets like normal. Trying to find Gray. He's trying to set some screens.
And 2-3 defense, as you mentioned earlier, here from Mesa-South. And the Hornets countering that by their offense having 3 guards and 2 guys in the post. Braden Gray, as you said, trying to find the weakness, it being in the high post, and he can bring a lot of valuability to their offense if he can make some good plays in the high post in this game.
That'll be a foul called on Byron Fitzpatrick as he was working against the mismatch against Braden Gray. 25 seconds left here in the third quarter. Isaac set to pass it in. We'll find Phillips underneath. Gabe Phillips goes up with it off the mark. Tip in, no good from Gray. Phillips can't hit again. And finally, the Hornets come up with a long rebound. 12 seconds. Byrne. Ball's on the ground. It will be a jump ball. Possession stays with Valley Center. They have 8.2 seconds left. It's been back and forth most of this game, but third quarter, the Mavericks put together a little bit of a run. Hornets putting together a run for themselves, and then they'll lose it. Reed up the floor. Now a 4-point game. Byrne, Phillips is going to have to shoot it to end the third quarter, and off the mark. Hornets let up a little bit right there. Now down 4 at the start of the fourth quarter here in the 5th place matchup of January Jam. We'll be right back at the start of the 4th.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Well, the score after 3 quarters of play, 57-53, and Austin tallying up the stats. The Hornets struggled in the third quarter. We saw them yesterday score a whopping 34 points in the third quarter, but now it's going back to the same rhythm that they were in, slowing down in the third quarter. It was a tie ball game at halftime, and I think that last play right there is what could really start a Mesa-South run. So you have to put that fire out if you're the defensive, if you're on the defensive side for the Hornets. A good bucket by Trey Reed to end the quarter, and then a good aggressive defensive stop. And if you look at all the big runs that this Mesa-South team has had, it always starts from something like that, an offensive presence, and then establishing a defensive presence, and then they go on a run. And early here in the fourth quarter, you're going to have to put that fire out if you're the Hornets defense.
Well, and Braden Gray is back in for the Hornets, and they're running this high-low offense. Inside, Gray turns it over. Parker Scott gets the steal. He'll come up the floor, and he'll take it all the way himself with a left-handed layup by Parker Scott.
Well, that's the thing on the defensive side of the ball. I think Parker Scott knew exactly what was coming. You want that corner three from Jacob Byrne, and I know I wanted it too. So Gray's immediate reaction was to kick that out to Jacob Byrne, but it got intercepted and ended up being a bucket, a transition bucket, as Eli Isaacs knocks down a big three there. That's what they needed to do to stop a possibility of a run, is score on the offensive side of the ball.
And here the Hornets have another opportunity to score. Ball is tipped out of bounds off of Jacob Byrne, and it looks like this other ref is going to talk, because definitely from our angle that was off Byron Fitzpatrick. It should be Hornet ball, and they're going to call it that way. And Jacob Byrne set the pass in, got it to Isaacs. 6:45 left. This is the 5th place matchup inside. Hornets still running that high-low. Gabe Phillips out for three, off the mark, rebounded by Parker Scott. He's had a great game for the Mavericks. Ben Crow had a big first half, can't convert right there. 2 misses. Now it's 3-point ball game. Here are Gabe Phillips in the Hornets. He'll be fouled. He's going to be shooting too, as Trey Reed fouled him. Gabe Phillips at the line. That free throw rattles in. Here it is. Try to bring it within 1 point on this free throw. At the scores table, Braden Gray checks in. He's going to take the place of Dessenberger.
Well, that's the thing, is you foul Gabe Phillips, and he's likely going to go to the line and hit those 2 free throws. Tyson Nolan checks in for Byron Fitzpatrick. But that's the thing, is he may not be able to finish every single time, but when he gets those fouls, he's going to knock down the free throws. That's one of the best things about him. He spends hours at the free throw line working on his free throw shot, because he knows how valuable he can be as an asset to his team if he can make those free throw shots time and time again.
Inside, Trey Reed, a jumper. Got it to go. And we still have a close game on our hands. Hornets, last time they played them, they went into overtime against the Mavericks in the regular season. Here in January Jam, looking like another close matchup. Gabe Phillips, a turnaround jumper from the free throw line, off the mark. Rebounded again by Parker Scott. Being a guard, he's in on almost every rebound. Trey Reed can get it over Braden Gray, but it'll be out of bounds off of Gray's foot. And made South ball underneath their own bucket.
Well, the Hornets aren't really liking a lot of the calls and disagreeing with them, but as the game goes on, with the 5 minutes that are left, they're going to have to learn to live with those calls if they want to win this game. They're down by 3 here, and they need to keep a steady head, level mind in order to win this game and pull off this comeback.
Well, there was a crazy sequence right there as Byrne got a steal. He got it to Isaacs, and then the ball was on the floor. Braden Gray went after it, and it ultimately is Hornet ball. Gabe Phillips, another missed shot from the free throw line. Isaacs drives in. Another shot by Phillips. That time he can't convert, and Kazitz with the rebound. Braden Gray falling into Adam Kazitz, and it'll be Gray's a foul on Gray. That's, I believe, his 3rd personal. That's his 2nd personal. Phillips hasn't had the offensive production since his first game in this tournament. And Braden Dalrymple checking in for the Hornets.
Well, a minute ago I heard someone behind me say, man, this is a high-scoring game for a 5th place game, and I thought about it. We talked about the valuability of winning the first matchup of the tournament, and these 2 teams could very well be in the championship, have a good possibility of being in the championship had they won their first games. Mays South lost to a team that's in the championship. that being Shawnee Mission East. And then the Hornets lost to Blue Valley West. And had that ball rolled a different way, they would have lost to a team that's in the championship. There are two very high-paced teams, and it shows you how stacked the tournament is, that one way or another, we're going to have a good championship game.
Tyzik Nolan misses. Parker Scott blocked. Second chance opportunities right here. This is where the Hornets have to be able to get the ball and then control possession. Another offensive rebound. And then Tyzik Nolan turns it over as he almost traveled, but he gave it up instead. Braden Dalrymple slows down for three. Off the mark. Fought for. Kazitz with the rebound. 3:33 left. 3-point ball game. Trey Reed slows it down. Hornets back into their man defense. Isaacs guarding Scott. Tyzik Nolan. By Gray, a mismatch right there if Nolan wanted to take advantage of it, but he won't. Trey Reed, being guarded by Burns most of this ball game. Burns doing a great job. May South just kind of stalling. Hornets got to be able to play good defense. Inside, Kazitz, 15-footer off the mark. Isaacs with another rebound. Starting to get into crunch time. The Hornets need to be able to get stops and convert on the offensive end. Still plenty of time left.
It's been a while since we've seen some points, and I know that this Hornets defense is playing good with good intensity, but I know that May South is matching that intensity as well. And so the Hornets are going to have to find some way, like you said earlier, to break the ice and start a run of their own where they can take the lead. And I know these are two defensive good teams, but you need to be able to produce on the offensive side of the ball. And just like that, there goes Jacob Byrne with a three-point shot, his second on the night, and no better time to do it. Ties the ball game, and just about 2 minutes remaining in this contest. Jacob Byrne, talk about clutch.
Isaacs guarding Scott. Good defense here from the Hornets. Trey Reed with it. He's got the clutch genes. He's hit a few game winners in the past against the Hornets. Right there, can't convert, but Kazitz another rebound. Offensive second chance opportunities off offensive rebounds right now are hurting the Hornets. Phillips drives baseline, got it to Gray. Ball's on the floor. And that'll be another jump ball. This time, Hornets luck out, and it stays with them.
Well, that's the thing here. It would be very ideal for the Hornets offense to hit a three-point shot here. Not only would it give them the lead, but momentum would be shifted in their favor. Because of that, this crowd is being loud right now, and a three-point shot is all they need to just erupt. And so the Hornets ideally hit a three-point shot here, and they can take control of this game.
And, you know, the ideal shot is a three-pointer to regain the lead, but if you're the Hornets, no rush. There's plenty of time. Still 3 timeouts for the Hornets. It'll be a foul called on Trey Reed. That's his 4th personal. And how big would it be if we could pick up one more foul, especially if this game goes into overtime? But even for this final 1 minute, as we know, he will most likely have the ball in his hands if the game is on the line.
Well, that's the thing the Hornets are good at doing, and this home crowd as well is good at doing. I'll give them all the credit they deserve, is getting in the best player's head. We saw Xavier Bell. He fouled out pretty early in that game, and he didn't have the game he typically has. This Hornets crowd and Hornets team is good at getting in people's heads, and I think that's a lot of why Trey Reed didn't produce as he typically does tonight. It's going to be a timeout, and we'll see you back here at Hornets Studios after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 2-point deficit for the Hornets. And they need to find something on the offensive side of the ball here. They will be inbounding from the baseline, from the sideline. Braden Dalrymple to inbound and setting up here. Even just tying the game would be ideal, but as I talked about, a 3-point shot would give you the lead and shift the tides in your favor. We'll see what they do. And just about a minute left in this matchup, a very valuable minute for both of these teams' seasons, as we know this is a big rivalry.
Another timeout called by Coach Unruh and the Hornets. They have 1 remaining, while the Mavs have all 5. We'll be back in 30 seconds right here on Hornet Studios.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 2 points is the deficit. They need to find something on the offensive side of the ball, and they had the planning to do that with the timeout. We'll see what they bring with this last minute of basketball.
It's Mason Burns with it. Isaacs back to Burns. Eli Isaacs drives in. Burns thought about the 3. He's stuck on the inside. How to get it out to Jacob Byrne. Hornets only down 2. Being guarded tightly is Isaacs. Gabe Phillips with it. Big possession right here. Phillips drives in. A charge called. Adam Kazitz draws another charge for the Mavericks. And that could be a momentum shifting play. Still plenty of time.
And Ray Flora, late here in the game, he provides the leadership the Hornets need. And they're going to need a lot of it here. A 2-1-2 press.
And
good ball
Isaacs
pressure. It will be in favor of the Hornets.
And what a play right there from Eli Isaacs as he hit the ball out of Kroll's hands and hit him in the foot. And now the Hornets have another opportunity. The baseline inbound play. Usually the Hornets can find a way to get it inside, but if not, they're going to have to hit him outside. Byrne. Isaacs drives in. Another charge. Adam Kazitz right there. 2 momentum shifting plays right after the Hornets looked like they could capitalize. Braden Gray heads to the bench. Ray Flora checks back in for the defense and this press.
Well, this game is far from over. 18, almost 19 seconds is plenty of time in high school basketball. They just need to play it smart, use their head here in this game. And they'll foul Parker Scott. And he'll jog to the line. Not a bad person to foul. He's 1 for 2 on the night from the free throw line as Braden Gray checks back in. Trying to get that board on the free throw because that can be a very valuable rebound. But here's Parker Scott shooting a 1-and-1. 2 very valuable free throws.
Here is Scott's first off the mark, rebounded by the Hornets. 13 seconds left. Isaacs with it. The Hornets have a timeout if they want to use it. And they will. 8.3 seconds. Called a timeout. And Coach Unruh going to have the last second opportunity once again to send it into overtime or take the lead. We'll be right here on Hornet Studios here in a second.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 63-61, and this is a breathtaking game so far, and it always seems to be when it's between Maize South and Valley Center. No matter the records, no matter the talent level, the rivalry is so deep, the rivalry is so long, and there's so much hate between these two teams, at least on the court type hate, that it always ends up being a good game. And this is one that could go down to the wire. These Hornets' possible second overtime game in this tournament. We'll see what they do with the last couple seconds.
Byrne, a corner three. And Gabe Phillips ties the ball game up. We're headed to overtime once again. Byrne missed the three. Gabe Phillips finished it. 63-63 at the end of regulation. We'll be back here on Hornet Studios at the start of a 4-minute overtime, the second overtime we've seen here in January Jam.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. OT1 on the way, and the Hornets played an incredible fourth quarter of basketball, a quarter they typically struggle in, but they scored 10 points, compared to Maize South's 6, and just something clicked there. They knew this was a round when they knew they needed to at least draw it into overtime to give them a solid chance to win. And I love what Gabe Phillips did there. Good strategy by Coach Unruh. He says in college basketball all the time you see buzzer beaters, and it's most of the time it's not those big long half-court threes, but it's the putback right after, and that's what Gabe Phillips did. He was in the right place at the right time and got the putback to tie up this ball game. But the Hornets, they have some proving to do here in overtime. They've been outscored by a margin of 14 points in overtime this year, and a tough margin to see, but they need to find something out, find some way to fix that in overtime here in January Jam.
Isaacs throws it away right there, and it'll be Maize South ball. But like you talked about, they've struggled in overtimes, and one of the reasons why is the other team comes out, and the Hornets usually are the ones who, except for that Blue Valley West game, but usually the Hornets are the ones who hit that last second shot and aren't able to carry the momentum. And with Maize South not having a big crowd, but the Hornets having an electric stadium right now, they're going to have to find shots, find ways to score, and hopefully they can pull it out in the second overtime game against Maize South this year. Minute of play through, nobody scored. Trey Reed with it. Drive left-handed, got it to Tyzik Nolan. He thought about the three, didn't take it.
Well, Tyzik Nolan has been off all night, and you could tell that. Braden Gray has been inside, but his duty is to cover Tyzik Nolan on the wing, and Tyzik Nolan wide open right there. He could have easily hit that three, but he hasn't been the same shooting tonight as he typically is, and that's why the Hornets are leaving him open, because they know he won't shoot.
Well, Ben Croa with the ball. He had a big first half. Parker Scott, who had a big second half. Isaacs gets a steal up against Trey Reed. Finishes, tough bucket from Eli Isaacs to put him up by 2. Trey Reed coming back the other way on the court fast. He'll get that bucket to go, ties the ball game up. Like I said, Maize South, if you're Maize South, you want to get the ball into Trey Reed's hand. If you're the Hornets, you have to be able to score fast. We'll be back with 2:15 left on the clock after this timeout.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 65 all. And we're just about halfway through OT1. And the Hornets, they made that shot there, a big shot, but they failed to bring that momentum onto the defensive side of the ball. And that's one of those things that you have to do, especially against a team like Maize South. They get running on you, and then it's tough to stop their runs. And you make a play on the offensive side, you have to be able to you have to carry it onto the defensive side, because if you don't, they'll continue to score and continue to rack up the points in that run. Especially in overtime, you have to be able to do that when you can stack points on top of each other, because typically in overtime it's a shootout because it's only 4 minutes. If one team scores, the other team has to score as well. And so the Hornets need to carry that momentum on the defensive side of the ball.
And just think about it, as Gabe Phillips finishes underneath the basket, 2-point lead for the Hornets. But the Hornets have gone, in their last 5 games, this being the 5th game, they've gone into 4 overtimes. They're 0-3 right now. Parker Scott, long 3, long rebounded by Isaacs. And he'll bring it up the floor for the Hornets. A 2-possession lead if Isaacs can go up. And he gets it to go. 2-possession lead is big for the Hornets. 4 points. A minute 40, Trey Reed coming down fast. He's going to take it in himself. Off the mark, another defensive rebound from Phillips. And the Hornets can slow things down. They have this lead. No need to rush anything right now. Just play solid, good basketball. Do not turn the ball over if you're the Hornets.
Well, Eli Isaacs, I told you that they'd need him later. Well, this right now is later. They need him, and they were very fortunate to get him back after he had that injury with his contact on inside of his eye. That was tough to see, but we're very fortunate that he came back into the game. A foul called on number 1, Parker Scott, his first, and we're already in overtime. Here comes the Valley offense.
Dalrymple checked in for Braden Gray. And Hornets will have it, minute 5. They're going to foul. This time, Gabe Phillips heads to the line for a 1-and-1. Excuse me, there's one more foul. It's only the 6th. So, Maize South lucking out, not fouling earlier. And now, after the 3rd foul in a row, Eli Isaacs heads to the free throw line. Free throws are going to be big in this game. The Hornets can keep hitting free throws. They can pull away in this one. Braden Gray checks in. Dalrymple heads to the bench.
And the Hornets as a team are shooting 90% from the free throw line. They need to keep that up. Shot is up and it's through. And that's the way to win this game. You get free shots and no distractions, no hands in your face. You have to be able to take advantage of them. The Hornets always do a good job of that. And Eli Isaacs does as well. He converts on both of his 6 points in overtime for Eli Isaacs.
Here's Parker Scott, a 3 from the corner, good. Drains it, brings it within 3, 54.5. The Hornets can keep making free throws, but Maize South keeps making 3-point balls. This could get even more interesting. We'll be back when play resumes right here on Hornet Studios.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 3-point lead here for the Hornets, and they are clinging on with everything. They need to score and seal this, or maybe not necessarily seal it, but try and get the best lead they have. They're running almost a football play. As Mason Burns was at the helm, they're just trying to get it down the court, get it inbounded in a play you don't see very often from a basketball team. But that was their goal right there. Get it into Jacob Byrne. You get it into Jacob Byrne, and then he shoots free throws, and those are 2 almost guaranteed free throws. I don't want to say guaranteed, but he's an incredible shooter.
Here's a 1-and-1 from Byrne. Free throw off the mark. A rare missed free throw right there could come back to bite the Hornets. Trey Reed drives in. That'll be a blocking foul called on Mason Burns. It looks like he got hit in the head kind of hard on the ground right there. He's shaking up a little bit. That'll be Mason Burns' 3rd personal. He's done a great job against Trey Reed so far in this game. Reed averaging 21 points per game and 30 in this tournament. Right now, Mason Burns has shut him down to his not regular scoring average, but he'll make the first free throw, a 2-point ball game.
Well, now it's a 2-point ball game, and 10 3-pointers have been made by May-South Mavericks. Almost half of their production has been made on 3-pointers, and so it could come back to haunt them. They're going to have to protect around the arc because that could very well be what wins the game for May-South.
And the Hornets get it across half court. Isaacs drives in. He'll be fouled by Byron Fitzpatrick, and Eli Isaacs headed to the line once again for big free throws for the Hornets. One makes it a 3-point ball game, and then another would make it a 2-possession ball game, and if the Hornets can capitalize on that, that'll be big, especially with the time left. Eli Isaacs at the line.
He's 2 for 2 in overtime, and he won't keep his perfect resume.
So it's a 2-point ball game. Things are getting interesting. Parker Scott drives in. He'll be fouled by Braden Gray. Scott headed to the line. He made his free throws earlier. He missed one in overtime, though. And here he is once again.
So very valuable, and Scott off the mark. Fortunate for the Hornets.
Byron Fitzpatrick comes in for Adam Kazitz. Looks like both teams are trying to run players in and out for offense and defense. Here's Scott. That time he knocks it down. It's a 1-point ball game. And a timeout called by May-South. They have 3 left with 23.8 seconds
Whenever
left.
we go to a local event here in
a
Valley,
minute.
we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 71-70 your score. And the Hornets lead. They're going to need something offensively here to make sure they don't get fouled on the inbound. Mason Burns, looks like they'll be running that same football type play. They practice this quite often in practice for situations just like this one.
And they got it into Byrne. Mason Burns with it. They can't foul him, and then they will call a foul before he got the ball off. Mason Burns falls hard once again. He's back at the free throw line. Each team committed 10 fouls, so far. And these are huge free throws for the Hornets.
Well, Mason Burns has been beat up in this game, and you can tell by the way he's walking. And it would just show his toughness if he were able to make these and stay in the game after that. He's off the mark on the first one.
Well, one thing that the Hornets have struggled with in their overtimes is the free throw shooting. They are pretty good throughout the entire game. Like you mentioned just a minute ago that they were 90%, but they're not hitting free throws in crunch time. Gabe Phillips fights for the rebound off Tyzik Nolan's leg. 16.8 seconds left. Hornets retain possession underneath their own bucket. It'll be Isaacs Passing it in. Braden Dalrymple comes in for the Hornets. Braden Gray heads to the bench. Dalrymple, who's had a career-high game. I believe he has 13 points on the night. Inside, Gabe Isaacs gets the layup to go. It's a three-point ball game. 11.6 seconds left. A timeout called by Kip Sultan Mays South. He's got two more, and we'll be back for the end of this ball game here on Hornet Studios.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. And 12.6 very valuable seconds for both of these teams, the courses of their seasons. And you know, Coach Ty Unruh is a crafty guy. He's a creative type of guy, and he's drawn up something that's going to make sure that they can give their best shot to win this ball game. But I talked about 30 of the 70 points on the board right now are due to three-point shots from Mays South. And it might come back to haunt the Hornets. We'll see with this possession.
Isaacs tips the ball out of bounds. And it's going to be Mays South ball. 7.8 seconds left. This is a big stop by the Hornets. And one thing, as Mason Burns will call a timeout for Valley Center, one thing in that game against Blue Valley West was that the Hornets were not guarding the perimeter when they were up by 3. That one right there, it looked like they were setting their defense up to only guard the perimeter. They'll allow the layup, and inside, if they get it over Braden Gray, we'll be back after this timeout.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
7.8 seconds remain here in this contest. In overtime, possibly overtime 1, as we know, seeing the Hornets, it could be an OT2. We'll see what happens on this possession. A foul there, and Mason Burns is down. He has been beat up in the fourth quarter in overtime, and he's holding his head. Never a good sign with an athlete.
And that's just a combination of how many times he's been hit. That time, just they're going to get him for a foul, which that's his 4th personal. But it looks like he's still shaken up. Not sure if he's going to go out. He'll stay in, even after that hard fall. But it's because it's at the free throw line. He misses his first. The best he can do is bring it within 2.
Well, that's the thing. It's almost better if you're the Hornets to foul right here, is because Adam Kazitz can't make a three-point shot from the free throw line, and so he can't take the lead or at least tie the ball game.
And the Hornets with the rebound off the foot of Adam Kazitz, and it'll be Hornets ball with 5 seconds left. And we've seen this last time the Hornets had 5 seconds left, and then the ball, they tried to inbound it, and the ball went out of bounds off of Isaacs, and that's how Blue Valley West got that final shot. If you're the Hornets, get the ball in, take a couple of dribbles, and that's all you have to do, and you'll probably be fouled, make your free throws, and game over. And then with 1 second left, Trey Reed hit that 3, but with 1 second left, he fouled Gabe Phillips, and Phillips headed to the line Phillips makes one free throw and game over. Atwater checks in. And that's the 5th foul by Trey Reed. So he'll head to the bench. Atwater, we know he can shoot the 3, but it's going to be Gabe Phillips. The spotlight's on him. And Phillips puts it within 4. He can make this one. It's definitely out of reach.
Well, I love what the Hornets did there. They got it in quick, and they were passing it around, avoiding all the players, and that's how they got so much time off the clock. Gabe Phillips hits his second, and this game is over. 75-70, your Hornets' first overtime win on the season, and no better time to do it against your rival, Maize South. An incredible game they played, and they've played 4 solid quarters of basketball, and yet again, you see when the Hornets play 4 solid quarters of basketball, they win the basketball game. Just about any team they play, if they can play 4 solid quarters, they can win a basketball game.
And Caleb, 79 points yesterday, 75 points today, and in their first matchup, 74 points. Hornets are getting things rolling on the offensive end, and if they can do that, they're already a good defensive team. They're going to be a scary team looking forward in their regular season. They take 5th place here at January Jam. Stay tuned. Here in about 20 minutes, we'll get the 3rd and 4th place game going with Ark City Buffaloes, the 1 seed, taking on the Blue Valley West Jaguars.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. You're looking at the third place matchup after a fifth place matchup thriller. This one's going to be between the Garden City Buffaloes, who will be listed as the home team, and the Blue Valley West Jaguars, who very well could be in the tournament championship had it been for one roll, but it just wasn't quite enough to fall into the goal. And they beat one of the best teams in this, or they almost beat one of the best teams in this tournament. This is a very stacked Blue Valley West team. Omar Stanley has 26 points in both of the matchups he's played in, and then Spencer Bain with 18 in his first game, 17 in last night's loss. And then for Garden City, we saw Xavier William, and a lot of these players, Isaiah Reyes, Isaac Flores, a couple guys like that, we saw them compete in today's tournament, and they didn't play well against Coffeyville. They didn't play as they should have played against Coffeyville, and then they struggled. They really struggled in last night's loss, where they got dominated. But we never really saw the athleticism of this Garden City team. This is a team that has a lot of athleticism, scoring ability, and those things of those nature, but they just haven't been able to show it on the basketball floor. And if they're able to do that tonight, they have a good shot at winning against a very strong Blue Valley West team tonight. But we'll see if they can put it in action. And here is the starting lineups. This is the third place game, as I before mentioned. For Blue Valley West, Omar Stanley at 6'9", and he's going to tower over anybody in this stadium pretty much. And he's very active in the post. He's going to give Trey Newsom from Garden City quite a time in the post. And then next up for Garden City, starting them off, is Tay Rosales, and we talked about him being quite an athlete. And then for the Jaguars, next up, Jabari Brickhouse, and he competed in the three-point contest today. He's a very athletic player and can score when he needs to. I'll be interested to see what he can do. He's one of those guys that has been unnoticed because of Spencer Bain and Omar Stanley, but he can have a really good game tonight, as he's had the past two times. Xavier Williams, we talked about him. His athleticism is really going to be key to this Garden City team. Next up, McDonald's All-American nominee Spencer Bain, and he hasn't been quite the same in this tournament, but I know that he's had quite a tournament regardless, and he's really good. Next up for Garden City, number 5, Isaac Flores. He had quite a time in the three-point contest. Next up for the Jaguars, number 11, Greg Riddle, and again a consistent score for the Jaguars. And then rounding off the Buffaloes, that's going to be number 21, Caleb Weesey in the post, and also number 22, Carson Tanner in the post. And for the Jaguars, rounding it off, is going to be Nick Swartz. And one thing that I'm interested to see, Austin, is the battles in the post. Carson Tanner, Caleb Weesey for Garden City. They have a lot of talent here, but then you see Nick Swartz and Omar Stanley, and they're going to have a tough time here tonight battling in the post. And that's one of those things that you'll definitely have to watch out for in this game.
Well, if you're Garden City, how do you stop this Jaguars team? And really, you can't. They got Omar Stanley, you mentioned 26 points in each of his games. Spencer Bain, how he hasn't had the best of games, and really in yesterday's matchup, he didn't need to have a great game because his teammates were doing a great job playing good fundamental basketball. Riddle, he's been doing good, and so if you're Garden City, you're not going to be able to totally stop this Jaguars offense. But what you have to do is you have to be able to score on your own pace and make it interesting on the offensive side of the ball. Omar Stanley got a steal already. Riddle in trouble. Got it to Brickhouse, and Spencer Bain and company will set up their offense.
Well, that's definitely not the way to start off this game, because you know that Garden City already knows there's a lot of talent on this court. They're out-talented when it comes to basketball skill, and so they have to start it off right. They have to start it off with momentum. A turnover is not the way to do that. They'll need to get a defensive stop if they want to get firing on all cylinders early.
Oh, and inside, Omar Stanley finishes for his first points of the game. Definitely not his last time. We'll be calling his name, as he is one of the top players here in this tournament so far. Xavier Williams with the ball now. He's had a great tournament. He competed in the hot shot competition today. Didn't make it past round 1, but he's going to be an impact player. Tay Rosales goes in. And one thing to note about Tay Rosales is a sophomore, only 5'9", but as Wheezy steps on Carson Tanner right there, and it'll be called a travel. It'll stay with the Jaguars. But as I was talking, Tay Rosales, he was entered into the dunk contest. He ended up scratching, but that just proves how much of an athlete he is. And we'll have Carson Tanner head to the bench.
Well, that's one of
Susan comes in.
I saw Omar Stanley score just a second ago, and I thought about how much he really propelled Blue Valley West to having any chance at victory last night. He really carried them in the second quarter and the third quarter. They were kind of flailing on the offensive side of the ball. They foul on the play, but Omar Stanley picked them right back up and gave them a shot at winning that game. And if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have had a shot to begin with.
And talk about last night's game, Southeast and Blue Valley West. Blue Valley West has probably had the toughest schedule in this tournament. First game was against the Hornets and then against Southeast, and they ended up losing that as Omar Stanley gets another bucket on the inside. And but as I was saying, Blue Valley West, they've competed in every single game, and really they're used to playing really good basketball as they are fourth in the Kansas City area, and then they come into this tournament and probably expecting to go in and get in the championship game, but they didn't know Southeast was going to be that good and come out that and really Jackie Johnson came out on fire in that game. We'll see him in the later matchup in the championship game, but right here they're fighting for third place and also don't want to drop 2 heading back into the regular season as they lost last night. Garden City missed right there. Garden City comes in as the 1 seed, and we mentioned on Friday that they were 4-0 heading into Christmas break when the seeding was made, and then some dropped a few games. They're 1-1 in this tournament, and so they have to be able to come out, and for them, they really need a win to start back up on their regular season schedule.
And that's one of those things. There's some blood on the court, but that's one of those things we talked about. Today's last game can really propel or make your regular season much harder than it needs to be, because it starts momentum and it can stop momentum as well. Blue Valley West with a tough loss, and I was wondering how they were going to play today in today's matchup, if they were going to play a little bit not as good as we've seen them play in the past, just because they got a lot on their mind after that tough loss. And then Garden City, after dropping a really tough loss in that last game, and then this game, which they're on pace right now to lose, and that can really propel them to an even worse regular season than they would have had they had a few decent games here and there. But this can really make or break a season. It's kind of like the All-Star break in professional sports. You play a tournament, and then you get back into the season, the true regular season, and it like I said, make or break point on the season. And
you've seen teams that will struggle in their first part of the season or be around 500, and then they'll go into, like you were mentioning, the NBA. Comparing it to the NBA, there's an all-star break, and then coming back after that, they end up going on a run, winning games, and getting things figured out. And for these high school players, for any team in this tournament, they're going to be able to get into their respective class playoffs and sub-state. And so you got to get hot at the right time, and this is one of those times when, as a team, you win a tournament or win a game. Swartz missed that one, but you win a few games and get things on track and keep improving. That's the biggest thing about a mid-season tournament, is improvement. Here's Swartz once again. Trying to go up by 5. That time he missed. Brickhausen, offensive rebound. And Riddle got Rosales off his feet. Couldn't make the bucket, and then an offensive rebound by Omar Stanley.
Well, Omar Stanley out there with the athleticism of a guard. He's making moves like LeBron James almost. He's playing out there on the wing, and he has the ability at 6'9" to go from the outside, from the three-point line, to making his own space and driving in. as I talked about last night, it's scary to guard him when he's 6'9" and plays like a post, but he can also play like a 5'7" guard.
And right there, Omar Stanley tried to hit the dunk, and that could have been momentum, like not shifting because right now it's all the Jaguars, but that could have just made him run away with it. But he missed. Omar Stanley ended up winning the dunk contest. He originally scratched, and then he was kind of a fan favorite in that, and people called his name. He ended up taking his sweatshirt off, and then still wearing sweatpants, won the competition in the dunk contest. And so you know he can attempt and make dunks. He made one against the Valley Center on the inside. I believe the only one he's even attempted. Most of the time he just gets in the lane and he has a great post package, making moves. And here he is underneath. Spencer Bain at the top. He's been quieted in the first half for most of these games, and then he comes alive in the second half. But Omar Stanley finds Swartz. Swartz will get his first points after missing those 2 free throws.
Well, it's 8-0 right now, and Garden City has done nothing in this ball game. They've not produced any good chances of scoring, forced any notable turnovers, and not really stopped much from Blue Valley West. They've really done anything they've wanted to do on the offensive side, and they need to break the ice in scoring. Xavier Williams might be the one that has to do that unless it's a turnover, but they need to find something, and they need to find it fast, or this is going to be embarrassing.
Well, it's a timeout called by the Garden City Buffaloes. They're down 10 early in this first quarter. We'll be back when play resumes.
30-second timeout. Fans like to remind you that the game
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here, 10-0 your score. And the Blue Valley West Jaguars have more than led. They have dominated in this game. And Austin, I was thinking about something in between that timeout about how we talk about the first game is make or break, and even for Garden City, it was make or break. They didn't really have to prove themselves in the first round, and because of that, I guess they didn't really have real expectations about the competition they were going to be facing. Because of that, they got dominated last game and this game, so even winning can possibly be a bad thing in the first round.
And there's a steal right there. And like we talked about, that last matchup, the 5th place game, both Maize South and Valley Center lost their first round matchups. But that really easily could have been the 3rd and 4th place game. Or with how good both teams plays, that could have been a championship game, really. And like we talked about, the competition here for a lot of these squads is very good. Newsman gets the bucket to go, and he gets fouled, so he's at the line shooting 1. And that'll be the first points of the night for Garden City. They're down by 11. Checking in is Reyes, along with number 10, Tolbert. Tolbert made it into the final round of the three-point contest, and he's a left-handed sharpshooter for Garden City.
And he took 3rd, I believe it was, in that shooting contest. And Jack Davis, who just fouled, was in the dunk contest as well. There's a lot of athleticism in this game, and I think that's something we didn't see in the previous games with Garden City, but they do have a lot of talent, and they're just struggling to put it all together right now. We'll see what they can do. More blood on the court, I believe it is. And 13-12. Talk about starting slow on the offensive side if you're Garden City. And this is something we talked about. It's going to propel into your season. So, Austin, what do you do right now knowing that it will affect the rest of your regular season to fix your offensive game on the ball with such a strong defense on the other side?
Well, yeah, you got to be able to get it into the big man. Newsman right there did a great job to work on Omar Stanley and get the bucket, and he'll be at the free throw line. But that's what you got to do, because right now you're not hitting from deep, and you're turning the ball over a lot. So you got to get it on the inside, then work your inside-out game, or go up with it if you're on the inside. But like I said, you have to be able to score almost every possession and then get stops on the other side of the ball, because the Jaguars are going to score, and they're going to score a lot of points. And so if you're Garden City, you're probably going to have to score more points in this game that you have all season if you want to come out victorious.
Well, and that's the thing. You want to start and you want to go on a run fast, but you have to set up a consistent offense, and that takes time. It's gonna be a hot minute. They won't set up a consistent offense before the end of the first quarter, but if they continue working it slowly but surely, then they can really get something set up in the second quarter and maybe have a shot at a comeback. We'll see. Here's Newsom to shoot one on the end one.
Still cleaning up blood and finding blood. And there's one shot for Newsman right here at the free throw line. Just under 3 to play. Newsman misses. Good box out right there from Omar Stanley, and he'll get it to Riddle, who's going to set up the play for the Jags. Spencer Bain went to the bench after that timeout, or during that timeout.
Well, we've seen Omar Stanley can run everything on the offensive side of the ball, but one thing that I love about him is he does the little things right. You mentioned a good box out by him, and I saw a couple clear outs from him, opening positions for his other teammates to score. He does everything right. This is an NBA caliber type player, and he does everything that he's supposed to do, even advanced tactics like clear outs, and he does it really well. Omar Stanley grabs the bucket there, and that's his 8th point so far in the game.
Here's Reyes at the top of the key. And good defense. Lovich. Xavier Williams drives and gets past Lovich. Gets the bucket. 4 points now for Garden City. Lovich the other way. A floater off the mark. Xavier Williams another rebound. He's pushing the floor fast. Tolbert drives baseline. Baseline pass to Reyes. Out for 3. Off the mark. Rebounded by Stanley.
Well, Garden City had a little something going there with an offensive score and then a defensive turnover, but they need to force something here, make a defensive stop, and that they will do.
And Radigan misses. Tolbert coming the other way, transition 3, off the mark, rebounded by Radigan, coming up the floor. Blue Valley West.
Well, if you're Garden City, you know your three-point percentage is down, so you have to take those smart shots. And if you know your three-point percentage is down, a three-point shot is not a good one to take. It's not a smart shot. As I said, you have to drive into the lane, and you might have Omar Stanley in there, but you have to get crafty with it. I know that's something Xavier Williams good at doing, is getting crafty in the lane. And with all these athletic people on here, some really good basketball players, they're going to have to find something. There goes Xavier Williams making the first 3 on the game for Garden City.
Riddle making a move that he's got 35 seconds to work with. Inside, Radigan gets it to go. Jack Radigan gets his first points. He was in the dunk contest also. And the other way.
And you have to keep this offense up if you're Garden City. Like you said earlier, it's going to be tough to stop this Jaguars offense, but if you can produce momentum on the offensive side of the ball, hopefully it'll carry over to the defensive side of the ball, and they need to keep this scoring up. It can be very valuable in the long run of this game. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 10 points is the deficit for the Jaguars, and now Garden City starting to produce on the offensive side. Maybe they'll make it interesting, but as we saw at the beginning, total domination by Blue Valley West. And Garden City just trying to find any way to stop that. We'll see what they can do here, mainly on the defensive side of the ball, if they can keep up that offensive production.
And Tolbert's going to have the last shot, can't get it off. And 19-9 at the end of the first quarter. Everything went right for Omar Stanley, and the Jaguars will be back at the start of the second quarter.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 19-9 is your score after 8 minutes of play here. And Garden City really trying to make it interesting. They started producing on the offensive side of the ball, and now they're trying to produce on the defensive side of the ball. We saw some good rebounds, and they're not necessarily forcing turnovers, but they're doing a good job at getting boards, something they struggled to do in the past. And we'll see what they can bring up here in this second quarter.
Here is Riddle. Greg Riddle off the mark from 3. Radigan an offensive board, and he'll be fouled by, I believe, number 21, Wheezy. They're going to get Tolbert. Luke Tolbert's first personal. And a 3 in the corner. Good by Spencer Bain.
Well, I love how Spencer Bain has the guts to take that 3, and it shows you his talent. There's 4 guys on the left side, or from our left side, the bottom of your screen. There's 4 guys down there, and then 1 guy on the other side. So I would typically think go to the 1 guy on the other side because he's typically going to be the most open guy. But Spencer Bain, he's a little crowded, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to hit that 3 every time.
And here is Tolbert. And Garden City. Reyes guarded by Bain. Bain tried to go for the steal. Reyes with it. Found Wheezy inside. Can't get that bucket to go. Offensive rebound by Carson Tanner, but it'll be a jump ball. Possession stays with Garden City. Xavier Williams and Tay Rosales checking in for Garden City once again.
Well, Caleb Wheezy did something that most Garden City players wouldn't have the guts to do, and that's go up head-to-head against Omar Stanley. Every player is going to have to do that in this game at some point or another, and once they break that ice, once they start doing that time and time again, then they can start producing on the offensive side.
And Gage Roach and Tay Rosales, was fighting for the rebound. It'll stay with the Buffaloes. Williams finds Wheezy. Good defense right here from the Jags. They're up big, 13, early in the second quarter. Carson Tanner off the mark on the jumper. Gage Roach with it. He'll make a good move to get inside. Can't finish. Omar Stanley, another offensive board. He went up with it, and he is keeping his status, his average status up. Brickhouse checks in for Riddle. Well, and then the other Riddle, Greg Riddle, will come in for Lovich. Newsman checks in for Weesey. And Omar Stanley back at the free throw line, shooting 1 to try to complete a 3-point play.
Omar Stanley has 12 points on the night and make that 13, but 6 of those 13 points have been due to offensive boards. All you got to do is get a rebound, and you have 2 easy points right there because you are towering over everybody else. He does a good job of that every single time.
Flores brought it up to 4. He'll be fouled by Spencer Bain. And it's Bain's first personal. Spencer Bain got into a little bit of foul trouble in the first 2 games, had 3 fouls in the third quarter, and then fourth quarter, he tends to play smart and not foul. Here he is picking up his first in the second quarter. A steal right there. Bain with it, bringing it up the floor. Over to Riddle. He pump fakes, and he'll be fouled. No shot. So it'll be Brickhouse who's passing it in underneath for the Jaguars.
Well, that's the thing I love about certain basketball players. I saw Nick Ahrensberg do it last night, and he did a really good job of it. All you have to do when you're putting up a shot against someone who's bigger than you is you shot fake, and then they tend to go over the back, and so you're drawing a foul, whereas you might eventually get blocked had you just straight up gone for that shot.
Gage Roach with it. Around the 3-point line, Swartz. And Riddle now with it. Spencer Bain. Brickhouse on the inside. Brickhouse was in a 3-point contest. You know he can shoot as Gage Roach hits that one. But Brickhouse can shoot. He's a great shooter. But he was cold in that Southeast game last night. And, you know, if he would have converted on just a few of his attempts, they probably could have pulled one out. And a missed shot right there from Tay Rosales. Coming up the floor, the Jaguars. Riddle missed. Offensive board by Gage Roach. He'll put it up and be fouled by Carson Tanner. And he's at the line for Blue Valley West. We've had 2 close ones here, Caleb. And then this one, it looks like the Jaguars are starting to run away with it.
There goes number 34, Gage Roach, and he'll make his first. Awesome. Talk about inconsistent basketball play. Garden City, they haven't scored a point in the quarter yet. Here's Roach.
It was like that in the first quarter too, and then at the end of the quarter, they found a way to score 9 points, but they have to be able to play consistent quarter basketball. Gage Roach coming down the floor, can't make the left-handed Euro step, but Brickhouse an offensive board. A steal right there from Xavier Williams. He'll bring it up the floor, and he gets the first points of the second quarter for Garden City.
Well, and I expected the same thing to happen here in the second quarter, and it wouldn't mount a comeback, but it would at least give them something to work on, some things to look at as positives, but they've really not done anything right in the second quarter compared to what they did when they went on that little run in the first. And if they were able to continue that like they played in the second half of the second quarter, then they very well could have made a comeback. But as they're playing right now, it's not looking that way. They played inconsistent in the first part of this quarter.
Here is Xavier Williams. He's been pretty consistent for Garden City in his tenure here. Off the mark right there. Gage Roach and company up the floor. Brickhouse, a corner 3. That time off the mark. Rebounded by Gage Roach. Bain into Riddle. And he'll dribble baseline, back it out. Spencer Bain thought about the step back. You can hear the Jaguars want to keep the ball moving. That's something they've been very good at, as they get a steal right there. Reyes gets the steal. Easy 2. And so the 4 points that have been scored have been fast break points for Garden City. And Omar Stanley set to check back in, as he's been phenomenal for the Jaguars. There'll be a foul called on Nick Swartz.
Omar Stanley took it back in for the Jaguars. Back in for the Buffalo Bills, Luke Goldberg.
Well, and here's this little run from Garden City. It's been just a little bit since we've seen a point from Blue Valley West. And here comes Garden City after scoring on 2 consecutive possessions. We'll see what they do with it.
Who's been inside? Flores, good save. Xavier Williams with it. He'll find Reyes. Ball's on the ground. Omar Stanley picks it up. Stanley, every time he's in the game, makes an impact on defense and on offense. Swartz with it. Puts the ball on the floor. Gets it stolen. Williams up the floor. A crazy finish. And it'll be a timeout called as the Buffaloes are starting to put back together a closer game. They're down by 14. We'll be back in a minute here on Hornet Studios.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 29-15, a 14-point deficit for the Garden City Buffaloes. And it's one of the things we talked about, Austin, putting a full consistent quarter, just 1 quarter of consistent basketball together for Garden City is going to be key, and they haven't done it so far in the second, but they have a chance to make up for themselves in the third. They're making a little run. If they can carry that momentum through halftime into the third quarter, then they can get a lot done in this ball game. And though they might not be able to make a comeback with the prowess of this Blue Valley West team, they can definitely do some damage to them. And a light press here from Blue Valley West. You want to put pressure, man-on-man pressure that is, in order to extend that lead, and that's what they were talking about in the timeout there.
Tolbert tries to go up and over Stanley and can't get an offensive board for the Buffaloes as Xavier Williams with it. Williams with it, drives baseline, finds Tolbert on the outside. Garden City had a little run going, still trying to put it together. Riddle, a steal, pushing up the floor. And on the inside, transition bucket for the Jaguars. Mendley gets that to go. Tolbert, another 3. That time off the mark. Newsman, a rebound. It looked like Omar Stanley got pushed underneath. And checking in is Isaiah Reyes for Garden City, taking out his brother.
Checking in for Garden City, pick number 1, Peyton Gonzalez.
And they're trying to say that Xavier Williams needed to go out because his shirt wasn't tucked in, but he went over to the ref, proved to him that his shirt was, and
Almost like a Chris Paul type play, if you remember what I mean. Chris Paul in an Oklahoma City Thunder game not too long ago, I think it was a month and a half ago, he ratted out one of the teams for not having their shirts tucked in, but there goes number 5, Spencer Bain, but he'll get a charge. A charge drawn by number 3, Isaiah Reyes.
Tolbert checking in for Garden City. And Mandley will check back in for the Jaguars. It's going to be Flores and the Garden City Buffaloes ball. Minute 10 left. And Flores turns it over. Riddle coming the other way. Can't get the first attempt to go. Spencer Bain, an offensive board. He's going to go up against Newsman. He can't make his first, but he tips it in. A beautiful first half here from this Jaguars team as they're causing turnovers. Inside, Riddle makes up for his last miss, and Greg Riddle knocked that one down. Garden City got to find something. Down 20 in the first half. Right there, Reyes missed on the jumper. Up the floor, Mandley. Riddle in the corner. They got 22 seconds left in this first half. Riddle, a corner three. Knocks it down. 38-15. Let's see if Garden City can close the half on a good note, because it's all been just turnovers and mistakes. They turned the ball over there, Flores does. And Brickhouse checks in.
Well, seeing yesterday's score for Garden City, they struggle on the defensive side, obviously, giving up so many points, but this is a good offensive team, as we talked about. They can score. Any player can score from any place on the court pretty much, and so it's tough to defend them when you struggle on the defensive side. Off the mark there, just to the right. And that shot came from Isaiah Reyes. That's going to end off your first half. 38-15 your score, and total domination by the Blue Valley West Jaguars. And a little preview of the championship game to come between Wichita Southeast and Shawnee Mission East. And that's going to be all for the first half. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 38-15 your score after one half of basketball play. And we have a statistics update. So far at halftime, Xavier Williams leading Garden City with 9 of their 15 points. And other than that, everybody else has been struggling. Then there's Isaiah Reyes with 2, Christian Reyes with 2, and Trey Newsom with 2. And they're shooting 33% from the field, 16% from three-point range, and they've yet to make a free throw. And then from rebounding, they've made 11, 4 offensive, 6 defensive. And then for Blue Valley West, as I said, it's been domination up to this point for Blue Valley West. 13 points by Omar Stanley, and he's on pace to also get 26 points, which he has had in both of his games so far in this tournament. And then there's Jadon Manley with 2, and Jabari Brickhouse, who hit a crucial 3 in propelling this team onto a run. And then there's Spencer Bain, who has 7, Greg Riddle with 5, Nick Swartz with 2, and Jack Radigan also with 2, and then Gage Roach with 4. And they're shooting at 51% and 57% from three-point range, and 19 rebounds, 9 offensive, 9 defensive. They've really dominated in every statistical category in this game. And as I said in the first half, Garden City goes on little runs here and there throughout the quarter, but if they can keep those runs going throughout the course of a whole quarter, or at least a whole game, even that, if they could do that, then they would have a good shot at winning this game. But so far, they have yet to do that. If they want to make a comeback, have any chance of making a comeback at all, down by 23, they're going to have to play a full, consistent quarter of basketball like they did at the end of the first half and first quarter, and then the middle of the second quarter. They're going to have to find something like that consistently. And Austin, what did you see in that game for both these teams?
Well, Omar Stanley definitely had a big impact for this Blue Valley West squad. But what I really saw was the transition. They were causing turnovers, and they were making layups on the other end. That's how Gage Roach, Riddle, they got their points. And then for this Garden City team, they have to be able to take care of the ball and run a half-court offense and score. They have to put the ball in the hoop. Omar Stanley, a lob from Spencer Bain. He throws it down right there, and it's all smiles still in this second half for Blue Valley West.
Well, we talked about in this game, it's going to have a lot of effect on your season. And so as Xavier Williams nails the 3, well, in halftime, you're talking about how you can try new things with your offense because you're dominating so far. But if they don't get, if they get like that too much, then Garden City's going to come back and bite them in the butt.
Well, Xavier Williams hit a 3, and it'll be Garden City ball coming the other way on this possession. Flores to Williams. Xavier Williams has been the biggest sign of life that Garden City has had. And then there's going to be a foul underneath. I think they're going to get Carson Tanner. It's his second personal, but ultimately it is Spencer Bain and the Jaguars ball.
Well, this Garden City offense is struggling right now, as I said, but they're causing their own problems there. Carson Tanner inside forces his own turnover for his team, and it's just a simple don't foul, and then you get a good offensive chance. You got to stay conservative and not play too aggressive. You don't have to be aggressive on the offensive side of the ball. Just keep doing what they've been doing, and then they'll get something out of it, as it's been shown, or keep up what they've been doing in those runs. Caleb Weesey fouled there by number 22. That's Nick Swartz, and Caleb Weesey will go to the line shooting 2. And there's his first. It's through. And second from Weesey. Actually, the second attempted free throw in this game for Garden City. They're 0 for 1 on this up to this point, and Caleb Weesey extends it to 2 for 3. Here comes Blue Valley West.
They have a 20-point lead, 40-20, and expect them to start running, like you said, try new things with the offense, but also start running some different plays. But Omar Stanley just wants to get, I guess, the scoring title, or like we said in previous broadcasts, that there's also a tournament MVP at the end of this tournament. Usually the winner of the tournament has the MVP as Brickhouse knocks down a 3. But Omar Stanley is definitely in that contention right now, as he's been probably one of the most dominant players in this game. Just on the inside, nobody can handle him. On the defensive side of the ball, he's been able to get rebounds and stop shots. Caleb Weesey gets a bucket right there.
Well, I noticed something on that possession. Number 1, Tay Rosales looked to drive inside, and then he saw a 6'9" monster in Omar Stanley in the inside, and he backed out of that drive. And that's something, if you're Garden City, you have to understand that no matter what happens, you're going to have that 6'9" Omar Stanley in the middle, so you might as well drive and try and get the points while you have the shot. Here's Stanley off the mark on his first free throw. And in for Garden City, number 32, Trey Newsom. Him along with Carson Tanner and Caleb Weesey still fighting Stanley in the post. Here's Stanley's second. And it's through. 2 for 3 from the line for Omar Stanley. Garden City will get the offense started off. They trail by 22 points.
And Garden City they're being pressured, as this Blue Valley West Jaguars team, their defense has been impeccable in this tournament. They've done a great job pushing the floor. Another turnover by Garden City. Spencer Bain, a little bit of mocking right there as he took it and he stared down Weesey. They're going to get him on a foul. Spencer Bain, a great player, and we've seen him do a few crafty things in this tournament. One in probably the most important was he had 3 fouls in the Valley Center game, and he didn't want to pick out another one, so he put his hands behind his back and started playing defense for a couple possessions. And then right there, did a great job to finish the bucket. That's why he is the McDonald's All-American nominee that he was.
And a foul right there, but what you're saying about him being crafty, and I remember you mentioning earlier about how all smiles after Omar Stanley's dunk, after his alley-oop, and that's what Spencer Bain is doing right there. He's just having fun with the game, and he's staring down players because he can. They're up by quite a large margin with 25, so he can stare down players, and if he misses the bucket, it's okay. He's just having fun out there playing basketball. That's what Blue Valley West is going to continue to do into the second half, because they have that marginal lead.
Up the floor, Flores can't get the first attempt to go, but Rosales puts it in with his left hand. It's still a 23-point game. Garden City in the first half, in the first quarter, and at the beginning of the second quarter, started to chip away at the lead, but the Jaguars did a great job to just keep playing ball and doing a great job here in the second half of just don't want to let up. We've seen a lot of teams let up as Spencer Bain hits it off the back of Newsman, and then that was kind of one of those backyard basketball type plays right there. He's still just having fun playing basketball. So Omar Stanley will get a block. They'll call him for a foul, because it may have just been one of those things where he's bigger than the other player at 6'9". We're gonna get a full new squad here in for the Jaguars right after this. Xavier Williams at the line. First one bounces out.
Off the mark. Well, you were saying that they can't just let go and not play basketball, that being Blue Valley West. And that exactly is why we'll see Shawnee Mission East in the final, because Maize South really let go in that first game. And because of that, that propelled Shawnee Mission East to the final. And I know that Blue Valley West would be extremely mad at themselves and affect themselves playing in such a high-paced Kansas City area, and it would affect their season to come if they did end up losing this lead here. They have to stay they can't stay content with this lead, and they always have to be pushing, always improving. Xavier Williams makes his second there.
So here's Radigan on the inside, no good on the left-handed hook shot. Ball is tipped around, Newsman with it, and Xavier Williams brings it up the floor. Good move to get inside. Off the mark on the layup there. Maybe got a little bit too fancy as he could have just put it up. Riddle coming the other way. Pump fake, up and in. And this second group for the Jaguars, we talk about depth. And these guys are all coming in. They usually all don't play together. They all come in at certain points in the game. But now they are all in playing together as they have a big lead. And
that's one of those things is with a lot of depth, you also create a next kind of generation of players, and this team has clearly shown they're very good. I don't know if we'll see Blue Valley West in January jams to come, but if we do, they'll be in sure contention of winning it every year. Good shot by Scott Riddle, and he'll knock down a three ball.
There's a three there from Flores. Coming the other way, Lovich inside to Gage Roach. Gage Roach has 6 points on the night. And a pump fake shot right there. We'll have a timeout called by the Garden City Buffaloes as they're down big here in the third place game.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here, 56-27. We're almost at running clock, Austin. That means this game would go by pretty quick and slowly chipping away at no chance of Garden City coming back. I wouldn't put them out of it, but
One of a
they
parent's
need to start something and start it now if they want to. Trey Newsom inside, an inside-out game right there off the mark.
It's been the story of the night as Garden City hasn't been able to make anything from three-point land. Gage Roach an offensive rebound and puts it up. He now has 8 points. Gage Roach is starting to find some life, and you talked about the next generation of players for this Blue Valley West squad. He's going to be a big major factor in years to come if we end up seeing him again in this January Jam, but also in his season in Kansas City. Manley inside, he'll be fouled. Going to get most likely Rosales, number 1, and that's who they are going to get. That's his third personal. Manley's at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Or excuse me, 2.
Off the mark there from Jaden Manley. And Christian Reyes is going to check in for Tay Rosales, who had the foul. And here's Manley for his second. And off the mark once more. A good board. And then Radigan just let it roll out. It's off of Garden City, so it will be Blue Valley West ball.
Riddle set to pass it in. Found Lovich. Lovich started in the first game, but hasn't had a major impact. And then Newsman will find Reyes, but he'll turn it over after the steals. So Garden City still down by 28, still need to find something. And even if they don't come back, it's like you said, it's just going to be setting the tone for the rest of your season. Garden City's been in a slump coming into this tournament and only picking up one win as Riddle hits a 3.
I saw that steal from Newsom just a second ago, and that sums up the tournament here for Garden City. Newsom made a good play to get a steal, and then he threw the ball down the court mindlessly and ended up being a turnover. You get a good steal, you need to strategically push the ball down the court and try to get a bucket out of it rather than just mindlessly throwing it away.
Here is Garden City. Look, Tolbert traveled when he tried to step back. Xavier Williams checking back in.
For the Jaguars, number 21, Jack Taylor.
Carson Tanner also checks back in for Garden City. 1:05 left in the third quarter. And in the fourth quarter, it'll be a running clock if this lead stays where it's at.
And Omar Stanley, just saw him on the bench. He has 15 points on the game, but he hasn't played much here in this third quarter, and I really respect that from Blue Valley West. They're going back to some tough teams in Kansas City, and I wouldn't want their best player being hurt going back to those Kansas City teams. Xavier Williams knocks down a 3, and respect the decision by coach.
There's 35 seconds. Radigan on the inside to find Riddle. Just hit a 3 a moment ago. And 22 seconds. Inside, Radigan. The corner. Then Radigan will drive, no good on the left-handed layup attempt. Then come up the floor. Tolbert. That Carson Tanner. He's going to have to shoot it. Xavier Williams off the front of the rim to end the third quarter. It's a 30-point lead for Blue Valley West. We'll be back at the start of the fourth quarter in this third place game.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here. 30-point deficit for the Garden City Buffaloes. Once this clock starts, it will not stop until it hits double zeros. 30 points is the lead. That'll just propel us to a quicker championship game, which I know I'm excited to see. But Garden City, I like what they did on the offensive side of the ball in the third quarter. They produced 18 points compared to 9 in the first and 6 in the second. But then on the defensive side of the ball, they let up a lot more, 25 points compared to 19 in both of the first half quarters, 25 in the third quarter from Blue Valley West. So you can produce on the offensive side of the ball, but you can't do anything unless you counter it with a defensive attack.
Well, Gage Roach went down the floor, got his first, his layup, and then completes a 3-point play right there. Tay Rosales and Caleb Weesey back in for the Buffaloes. Tolbert and Reyes head to the bench. And here is Xavier Williams. He's had a great game relatively to his teammates as he drives in and can't finish, but he'll head to the line.
personal foul, 14th foul. Xavier Williams at the line shooting 2.
And Xavier Williams first is up and good. Starts the scoring in the fourth quarter. So they hope to cut the deficit as much as they can, but it won't mean anything except for final score. And pride almost. I know I'd much rather get beat by 15 or 10 rather than 30 if they can manage to pull that off, but we'll see what happens.
That's out of bounds underneath. Turnover right there. And will be Garden City ball. Just to try to chip away and, like you talked about, try to get as much pride points as possible. And really, Blue Valley West is such a tough team, and they're so deep on their bench. Everyone can play. So,
well, and as we talked about, this is a team that very well could have gone on to the final game. They have a lot of depth and a lot of talent, and had the ball rolled a different way, then they very well could be in the championship game tonight. But that was the difference in their game last night against Shawnee Mission East. Or excuse me, Wichita Southeast.
yeah, and Wichita Southeast, you got to give credit to them. They put on a clinic last night, and led by Jackie Johnson, who is the leader. He scored 35 last night. He's the leader, scoring leader in this tournament. And of course, if Southeast can pull out the championship game and win, then Jackie Johnson likely the winner of the MVP, the front runner, probably right now. It'll be a timeout called by Garden City. We'll be back here in 30 seconds.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
Garden City ball.
It'll be Garden City ball after that timeout. Xavier Williams with it. On the floor is Avery Bradley, number 13 for Blue Valley West. He competed in the dunk contest. He did not make it into the final round, but he had some pretty ferocious dunks.
Well, and like you talked about, Austin, it shows the depth right here. Avery Bradley, who's hardly had any minutes in this tournament, is still participating in the January Jam dunk contest. A backup participating in a dunk contest, that just shows you the incredible depth that they have. Xavier Williams knocks a 3 down there. And here comes Blue Valley West.
Here is Gage Roach. Riddle gonna take a 3. Couldn't hit on that attempt. Xavier Williams back at it. This time, making a move. Trying to find something on Riddle. Flores finds Rosales. The defense by Blue Valley West is something to note. Even when the Hornets scored as many points as they did, they still were a solid defensive team, and they never leave their man defense. All they do is they guard up and trust their players to be able to guard. And really, that's how they won their first game, especially against the Hornets, is even though all like Gabe Phillips and Jacob Byrne were hitting all their shots, they were still tough shots every single time. The Hornets just had a great game that game. And Blue Valley West also had a great game. Omar Stanley especially.
Well, that's the thing. is as a coach, you have to be able to trust your players with the defense. You set them up in a man defense, and you know they're athletic, so that you know they can handle whatever is thrown at them with a man defense. But you trust that defense time and time again, and it produces results. As we've seen, this is a very good team that really heavily relies on that man defense, and they're very good at it. They've perfected it, and that's all due to trust by the coach.
So it's a 66-39 lead. Tolbert drives in, can't get that bucket to go, and on the rebound, it'll be a foul called on most likely Carson Tanner, number 22. I believe that's either his fourth foul. That is his fourth. Checking in is Reyes as Tolbert heads to the bench, and then for Blue Valley West is going to be Judon Manley as Ray Riddle will head to the bench. Roach hits his first. So Gage Roach doesn't get a ton of playing time, but he is doing good with this in the second half, and then he also had 4 points in the first half. Carson Tanner heads to the bench. Newsman back in. Roach hits his second, and we have the running clock, so it's a minute and 20 left. Garden City working it inside. Newsman goes up, he'll be fouled. Looks like he hurt his ankle right there, shaking up after that. That's a foul called on Radigan. That's his third personal. And here is Newsman at the line. Like his right leg is in pain. Missed that one. 35 seconds left, so after this free throw, it'll likely be ball game. And Blue Valley West is going to come away with third place. Newsman misses that one. Radigan will have 20 seconds, except for Rosales has something to say about it. He'll bring it down inside with the left hand. Can't get it to go. And now that will be Gage Roach, who just has to cross half court, and that's ball game to end this third place matchup. Garden City Buffaloes fall to Blue Valley West 68-39. What a performance by the Jaguars. Stay tuned here in about 20 minutes as we'll have our championship game of January Jam 2020 as the Southeast Buffaloes take on Shawnee Mission East Lancers.
Well, it's Championship Saturday here in Valley Center High School, and we're looking at the championship matchup between Shawnee Mission East and Wichita Southeast. And these are two very powerful teams, and a really good game last night that Southeast played against Blue Valley West, and then this Shawnee Mission East team, besides beating May South, they're really unproven. They didn't have a hard road to the championship, as you talked about. Southeast dominated in their first game, and then they had a tough matchup, obviously, last night, only winning by 2 points, and the luck of the draw had the ball rolling a different way. We would be talking about a different team in this tournament. That's basketball right there, and these are two really good teams. The Southeast Buffaloes led by Jackie Johnson, and Jackie Johnson about to get 1,000 career points in, and just 2 points away from doing that. And I was talking to their coach before. He said he's going to take a timeout to honor Jackie Johnson after he gets his 1,000th point. And then for Shawnee Mission East, they're a very disciplined group of guys, but they didn't show it last night in the first half. And they fixed it in the second half. Their coach made sure to keep them disciplined, and that was one of the biggest things. And they're going to have to stay disciplined in this game. This is a talented bunch of kids. Preston Reynolds, incredible athlete, along with Will Townsend and Nick Aaronsberg, a couple guys like that are really just incredible at everything. But first, we're going to have the national anthem. And we're back here at Hornet Studios after the national anthem, and the Golden Buffaloes versus the Shawnee Mission East Lancers, and this is going to be a good game. We're talking about Jackie Johnson. He had 29 points in the first game against Ulysses, and then a couple of players. Talked about Preston Reynolds. He had a good night the other night with 20 points. And starting off for Southeast, we talked about on Jackie Johnson on route to get his 1,000th point. And here's Tony Friends, the third. Player to watch. He's not a big scorer, but he knows how to score. And here's Kobe Smith, just a freshman, but he definitely knows how to score. He's went off a couple times in this tournament. It's hard to stop him once he gets on. Here's Tommy Dreyer, been a consistent player here for Shawnee Mission East. Not a big name scorer, but he's definitely going to have a solid game. Next up, Wesley Adkins, who competed in the three-point contest today. And Nick Aaronsberg is going to be leading the charge around the arc for Shawnee Mission East. And Voshan Webb also competed in the three-point contest today. There's Preston Reynolds, an incredible postman in this game, and he's going to have a big impact inside. Micah JQ, excuse me, and he's an incredible starter, a four-year starter here for the Buffaloes, and just an incredible player overall. He can do anything, but he is kind of overshadowed by Jackie Johnson. He's going to have a big night tonight and a guy to watch. Then rounding off this lineup is Will Townsend, and another guy that Shawnee Mission East is going to rely on in the post. They have two very strong postmen and something to watch out for in this game. Shawnee Mission has the advantage in the post game, and then the Buffaloes have the advantage around the arc, and they can shoot from anywhere in the, pretty much anywhere in the stadium almost. This is a bunch of incredible shooters, And then Shawnee Mission East, they're going to dominate inside. They're going to dominate in the post, or most likely based on the reports from what I've seen from these guys. And I'm excited to see this matchup, Austin. It's going to be a pretty good game.
Well, Caleb, Jackie Johnson scoring 1,000 points and you're likely going to score that in this game as a junior. And that's just almost unheard of, especially in the state of Kansas. Not saying there's not good basketball players, but it's just there's an elite playing field, and usually defense is what's prided here in Kansas. You watch some of the other schools play basketball, and it's almost more college-like and NBA-like. Here in Kansas, it's a lot of times it's low-scoring affairs and heavily defense-intense ball games. And so for him being able to score that many points is really just fascinating, and we're witnessing one of the best players in Southeast history. They have a rich history of basketball, and Jackie Johnson, one of the best players in the 2021 class. He missed on his first attempt down here, and then Tony Friends will turn the ball over on the opposite side, so it's going to be Southeast ball again. Some pressure here from the Lancers.
Well, that's the thing about Jackie Johnson, is not only can he score points, he can defend as well. You look at any player who goes to the next level, they not only can score, they can also play good defense, and that's what Jackie Johnson can do as well. Voshawn Webb nails a three-point shot.
Voshawn Webb, in the first two games, he's had big first halves. He's been silenced in the second half, but for him being able to come out and he scores fast for this Southeast Buffalo team, and he gets the first points of the game for either squad right there. A player to watch for Shawnee Mission East, Preston Reynolds, who has the ball. He's did a great job, but here is Aaronsburg, who's my player to watch for Shawnee Mission East, and he hits a three right there. Aaronsburg, just a beautiful shot. He's able to set his feet. His shot reminds me a lot of Klay Thompson's in the NBA. A rebound right there. Fast break. Jackie Johnson will get a steal, and he's coming the other way with it.
Well, Nick
makes
Aarons
a move. Good inside, and he will score it. That's going to be the 1,000th point for Jackie Johnson. That we get a standing ovation from the crowd. What an accomplishment for Jackie Johnson. And to do it here in January Jam, we get to witness it, Caleb. That's pretty cool to see. And he'll put his team up by 2 with that layup.
Well, that right there, when most players, guys like Zion Williamson and those guys who dominate all throughout high school, guys like LeBron James, they're 4-year starters. Obviously, Jackie Johnson being a 3-year starter just because he hasn't gone to Southeast for the full 4 years. And that's going to be a foul there, but he's just doing incredible, and he dominates. He's dominated since he first started. When you go in the varsity level, there's a little time that you have to get used to the varsity level. There was no time for him to get used to the varsity level. He was already dominating when they first put him in, and that just shows you the talent he had immediately right off the bat, and he's continually improving. So he's much better than he was the first time he started, obviously.
Here's Micah Jackies at the top of the key, drains a 3. And right there, Jake Hughes will hit that. Voshawn Webb tips it out of bounds as Aaronsburg try to find Dreyer. Dreyer had a big second half in Shawnee Mission East win last night over Garden City. And like you said, Shawnee Mission East, they were tested against Maize South, but then last night didn't really have a major test. But today against Southeast is playing great basketball right now, led by Jackie Johnson, but Micah Jackies and then Roan and Kobe Smith for Southeast have all had major impacts this tournament.
Well, I've talked to you a lot about mindset in this tournament. It's a 3-day tournament, so once you get in the mindset once, and it's going to be a block by Nick Aaronsburg, but once you get in the mindset of this is an easy matchup, it kind of carries with you throughout the tournament. And I saw it's one thing Maize South kind of did as they lost to the Hornets earlier, but I think that's what Shawnee Mission East did a little bit last night, and that's why they're struggling right now early on in this game, and it's going to take them a hot minute to transition to that we need to start scoring and this is a valuable game and we're down here, they need to transition into that mindset. And that's why they're starting off slow here.
Inside, Townsend, a good post move. One thing about Will Townsend is he scores on the inside almost every time he gets the ball or he gets offensive rebounds. And his ability to score on the inside comes from his moves. He's got some of the best post moves I've seen by a big man in this tournament. Rowan Smith is going to take the place of his brother, Kobe Smith. Kobe Smith is the freshman, Rowan Smith the junior for the Buffaloes. Wesley Atkins set to pass it in.
And that's one of the things I saw last night and the other night again with Southeast. They can play high-paced basketball, and then they can also slow it down like they're trying to do here. They can control the pace in every single way that they want. So they're always keeping Shawnee Mission East on their toes because they have to be. They don't know if it's going to, after the timeout or after the quarter, you don't know if it's going to be high-paced basketball or they're going to set up an offense and slow it down. And so you have to be ready for anything on that side of the ball for if you're Shawnee Mission East.
And then Tony Friends will turn it over. Wesley Atkins with it. Micah Jackies coming up the floor. He's already hit a three. There he is with the nice layup. And that's now a 5-point lead for Southeast. Emmett Hill over to Aaronsburg. Thought about the long three, took one step up, thought about it again, but had to pass it off to Friends, and here is Friends with the ball. Aaronsburg up top, setting up a play.
Well, that's one of the worst things you can do as a shooter is hesitate, and that's what Aaronsburg just did. It might throw off his shot for a little while, but he hesitated and then thought about shooting once more, but it throws off your shot quite a bit. When you think to shoot, you should probably shoot because it might throw off your game later.
Tony Friends misses. Foshawn Webb will be fouled by Friends.
And I talked about last night, Shawnee Mission East, a great group of kids there. Tony Friends just helped up Foshawn Webb, and this is a disciplined group of kids. They struggled a little bit last night, as I talked about in the beginning of into the first half, but it's a really great group of kids, and that's why they're so dominant. They work so hard in practice and in the off season, and that's why they're such a good team, especially a dominant team in such a strong Kansas City area.
And that was Tony Friends who got hurt when him and Foshawn Webb collided. Jack Slaughter checked in for him. Jack Slaughter, he came in and had valuable minutes against in yesterday's matchup against Garden City. He ended up getting a clutch bucket to end the first half. That was Jack Slaughter. And then Preston Reynolds right here got a rebound. He was a big part of Shawnee Mission's win yesterday and on Thursday's matchup against May South. Here he is. He can play inside. You talk about Shawnee Mission East, they run a two-man. They usually run a two-man in the post game with Townsend and Reynolds. As Townsend gets blocked right there, Jackie Johnson up the floor fast. Ball got tipped out off of Preston Reynolds, and it'll stay with the Buffaloes. But again, Reynolds had a big game, and Shawnee Mission East tries to run the two big men offense, high-low, but Preston Reynolds can really play anywhere on the floor. Here's Rowan Smith. Missed. Wesley Atkins, a rebound, goes up with it. Missed again. Rebounded by Aaronsburg, and he'll bring it up the floor. They're down 5. He takes it in with the left hand. Can't get that one to go. And Jack Slaughter can't find it. Ball goes out of bounds. Stays with Shawnee Mission East, so it was off of a tip right there on the pass from Southeast.
Well, 2 missed finishes in a row by Southeast, and then they missed a layup, Shawnee Mission East did. And either of these teams, Shawnee Mission East can't make a comeback if they aren't able to finish, and then Southeast won't be able to keep this lead unless they finish. Jackie Johnson does a good job finishing there, and 4 points on the night, 1,002 points for Jackie Johnson. That's going to be a timeout, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here. 12-5 your score. 152 remaining in the first quarter. So far it's been dominated by the Buffaloes. We've seen a little here and there from East, a long three from Nick Ahrensberg, but that's been about it on the offensive side of production. And you know, I like what Shawnee Mission East is doing. They're playing good defense. The problem is the offense. They're holding a very strong offense to only 12 points in a quarter, which is kind of rare to see, especially in this tournament, as they've scored quite a few points in this tournament. But the problem has been offense. As I said, only 2 possessions that they've scored on. They're really struggling on the offensive side of the ball, off the mark, and that could have very well changed the offensive tides.
That was Emmett Hill who missed. And then a jump ball as he was trying to get his own rebound. And Rowan Smith ended up with it. It'll be a jump ball. So Emmett Hill is face guarding Jackie Johnson. As we know how much of a scorer he is, he'll have the ball right now.
Well, that's the thing. I almost saw Michael Jacques try and shoot that bucket, and I really wouldn't have blamed him. He makes a nice move and scores, but the second you commit a guy to face guarding at all times, they can get an open pass, or you commit to doubling a guy like Jackie Johnson. Micah Jacques can go and score on you if you leave him open, which is kind of what they almost did there. And so this is an offense full of scores. They're going to have to find some way to stop them.
Jackie Johnson missed, but McPherson a rebound, and McPherson gets his first points of the night. 16-5. 5 points in almost a quarter of play for Shawnee Mission East is not going to win them a championship here in this tournament. Ball was loose. Emmett Hill came up with it. Sublette finding Townsend in the center. He does have the height advantage. Gets inside. He'll be fouled. And Will Townsend headed to the line once again for Shawnee Mission East. There'll be a foul called on Voshawn Webb. 26.8 seconds left here in this first quarter. 16-5 our score. Townsend makes that first one. Tony Friends and Nick Ahrensberg check back in for the Lancers.
Well, Townsend making his first free throw, and he's off the mark on that one. But that's one of those things. Free throws can really propel you to an offensive start, something they've failed to create yet. A block on Tony Friends III, and Jackie Johnson drew it, driving in the lane. There'll be a foul, his second. But that's the thing, is that they need to hit their free throws consistently, and oftentimes teams get 15 or 20 extra points just on free throws. That can really be huge for your offense and propel it to get started up. As I said, they haven't quite started up yet. As we've seen them the past couple nights, when they get hot, it's hard to stop them.
Johnson makes his first.
This Buffaloes team is an aggressive bunch, so it's hard to get started offensively versus them. Johnson makes his second now. He's got 6 on the quarter.
And he will head to the bench as Durham will check in for him. Sublette with it. Gonna drive in. Townsend finding Ahrensberg. Ball's loose. They have 12 seconds to work with. Reynolds on the inside. Goes up, but he'll be blocked. It's a jump ball. Possession stays with Shawnee Mission East. They have 6 seconds. They need to get something rolling here to end this first quarter, try to carry on the momentum into the second quarter, and ultimately get this to be a little bit closer heading into halftime if they want to have a manageable second half. Ahrensberg out for 3. He'll take it. He dropped one earlier, and he makes that one. McPherson gonna heave it, and that'll be it for the first quarter. 18-9, and the Southeast Buffaloes over Shawnee Mission East Lancers will be back here, right here on Hornet Studios in a second.
Need a used reliable car but don't want to hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here, 18-9 your score. The Buffaloes have doubled the Lancers score in the first quarter, and you know that Shawnee Mission East coach has to be on them quite a bit. This is not a score they typically see on the scoreboard at any time ever. And at the end of the first quarter, it's more vital. They have a chance to get momentum jump-started here, starting off the second quarter, and that'll be very important in them having a chance to win this game, is getting it jump-started now and right now.
Well, what they have to do is they got to limit the offensive boards for Southeast, and then got to get back on defense. Southeast has way too many transition buckets, and this Shawnee Mission East squad has to be able to get back on defense, stop Jackie Johnson and company, because right now he's only has 6 points and they have 18 as a team. And so there's a lot of other players that are scoring, McPherson being one of them. Duran out for 3, off the back of the backboard. And then an offensive board right there. Ball's loose on the ground. Dreyer comes up with it, and it'll be a timeout called, a desperation timeout right there, as Shawnee Mission East needs to get some points on the board. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here, 18-9 your score. And Austin, you were talking about offensive boards. I remember a specific statistic. It was Southeast versus Ulysses, and in the first half they had 13 offensive rebounds. That is an incredible number, a number you typically see through a full game, and yet they had it in one half. That's Southeast game, and that's how they're going to play. Second chance points are vital to their offense, as they are to many other offenses, but especially vital to the Southeast one. And Shawnee Mission East is going to have to get something started. That's the way to do it. Nick Ahrensburg hits a 3.
Ahrensburg has 3 threes for Nick Ahrensburg. And here's Southeast running the floor, setting up a half-court offense. The intensity's picking up right here.
And that bench is really the lifeblood of this defense right now. They are really loud, and that's one of those things. You got to stay motivated. It's a long drive to Shawnee Mission East, meaning there's not very many fans who are going to be loud in this building, but that means the bench has to hold their own, and Michael JQ is going to check in, and oftentimes that does a lot for a team defensively. That's how they get a run started.
Got to pass it in, finds McPherson. He'll drive in, and it'll be a turnover. Ahrensburg got it to Dreyer. Dreyer's setting up the offense. Haven't heard much of him in that first quarter, but he had a big second half in last night's win for Shawnee Mission East. Inside, Reynolds makes a good move over the top. Preston Reynolds. It's now a 4-point ball game.
When I talked about getting the posts involved, that's what Shawnee Mission East has to do, because that's their strength. Will Townsend and Preston Reynolds both have more size than most of these Buffaloes teammates combined, and they're pretty sizable in the post, so that's where they need to use it, especially also getting Nick Ahrensburg involved. He's 3 for 4 from the three-point arc, and so inside-out game with him, and then the inside game as we just saw with Preston Reynolds. It's going to be a timeout, and we'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience.
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here. 4 points is the deficit for the Lancers, but with the run they've been going on, it doesn't seem too hard to match. And the Buffaloes, a needed timeout for them. They're going to have to find some way to shut this run down. They want to stay in domination of this game. They're up by 9 down the end of the first quarter, and now they're up by 4. They're going to have to find something to produce on the offensive side of the ball. They've yet to score a point.
There's Jackie's. And inside, it's going to be an offensive foul called on Jackie Johnson, who's trying to create separation on Emmett Hill. Hill did some good acting right there and ultimately got the offensive foul called on Jackie Johnson. One thing to note about him is 64 points in this tournament, and before that foul right there, he had 3 fouls. And that's that's the definition of productivity right there, as Preston Reynolds will travel. And it's not because Jackie Johnson plays off and he just doesn't foul. He moves his feet on defense, and he's just an all-around great player. And we saw that with him scoring his 1,000th point earlier too. Townsend running the floor, the big man, goes up with the left hand over Voshan Webb. And it's a 2-point ball game, 5:28 left here in this first half of the championship game.
And when you're Shawnee Mission East, what you want to do there is score in transition. You're beating Southeast in their own game, and that's establishing a lot of momentum and dominance over this team. You may still be down, but transition buckets are very valuable, especially against a team who lives on them.
Well, there was an offensive board right there for Southeast, and here they have another opportunity to score. Voshan Webb, a baseline jumper, and they silenced that run that Shawnee Mission East had. That's their first points of this second quarter, and we're almost halfway through.
Well, if you're East, you might have let up a bucket on the other side, but you have to come down with the same energy and enthusiasm that you did on the last offensive time around. And Jackie Johnson, transition bucket. He'll grab another 2 points. He's got 8 on the night. Well, that's the thing. You have to come down with momentum, and if you don't, then things like that are going to happen. Turnovers are forced. Voshan Webb, and he's going to make the bucket.
And with Southeast, that's where they make their money, is the transition game. They are very fast. They cause a lot of turnovers. And just like that, went from a 2-point ball game to a 8-point ball game, and then Dreyer stops that momentum by the Buffaloes with a 3 of his own. Here's Voshan Webb, another 3. He's feeling it. Off the mark, Roan Smith, another rebound. And then he'll put it up on the floater. A 7-point game.
Well, I saw something last night from Jackie Smith, and I know you did too. That was incredible, watching him rain those 3s down. And one shot was hit by Blue Valley West, and then Jackie Johnson would go down and hit another one. I understand the shot there from Voshan Webb, trying to rebound and get that momentum back in their favor. A failed dunk by Roan Smith.
And then McPherson goes in, and he'll capitalize. So right there, if Roan Smith may have just gone up with it, he could have got the points. And I looked at the Southeast coach, and he just put his head down, because sometimes you want to try the dunk, but you just got to get the for sure points. And especially in a game like this, a championship game where they have to try to run away with it if you're Southeast. But if you're Shawnee Mission East, you want to try to keep things close. McPherson off the mark on the 3. Reynolds another rebound, and he'll be guarded by Johnson. Dreyer with it. Again, Reynolds plays kind of everywhere on the floor. He can play down low, and he does a lot of times, but then also he will run the point sometimes and set up plays. Friends will come in as Emmett Hill heads to the bench. Wesley Adkins checks back in, along with Kobe Smith for Southeast.
That's one of those things with Southeast. It's so hard because they have a lot of depth. We talked about that in last game against Blue Valley West, and you sub in one scorer, and he's going out is another scorer. If one scorer gets tired, you can put another one right back in. There's no way to stop this offense. It's only to slow. The only way to win is to slow them down, because everyone on this court and even everyone on the bench can score at a high rate.
Smith passes to his brother, Roan Smith. Goes up with it. Can't finish. Dreyer a rebound. Pushing the floor. Reynolds goes up. Bounces in. Gets that bucket to go. And both teams in this second quarter are starting to get the transition and playing a lot better defense. And that's leading to more transition points. Jackie Johnson drives in once again. That time he got blocked by Townsend. And Roan Smith goes in for the floater. Aaronsburg, a rebound. Coming down the floor, tried shooting the three, but the ball slipped out of his hands. That could have been a momentum shifting play right there from East if Aaronsburg would have made it.
Well, I talked about earlier, he hesitated on that bucket just now, and he hesitated on a bucket earlier that he ended up not shooting. That throws off your game for the rest of the night, and he's going to have to hit another shot in order to get back to his norm.
So he scores a 2-point bucket inside right there off of a steal. Jacobs catch and shoot three. Off the mark, Tony Friends, a rebound. Aaronsburg, like you said, he needs to be able to make a three. That time it rattles in and out. Townsend, an offensive board. Can't put that one in the hoop. We're under a minute to go down in the second quarter. A 5-point ball game. This is for first place. In January Jan, Johnson, a long three. That one rattles in and out. Jackie Johnson, a lot of confidence on that shot, and rightfully so. Tony Friends, a great move inside. Both these two teams making some beautiful basketball moves and scoring. Right there is Tony Friends.
Well, I've loved the creativity on scoring in this tournament so far. It's been incredible. And a lot of these guys can finish from any position you put them in on the court. And that's great to see. It makes for a much better game. And it makes it much tougher defensively. So you're going to have to force some harder shots on the defensive side of the ball.
Roan Smith turns it over, up the floor. Aaronsburg, a reverse layup. 8 seconds. And then Southeast is going to turn the ball over with 3 seconds. And the Lancers have total momentum right now. 3.8 seconds left. Well, they're going to have the opportunity to head into the locker room with maybe a lead if they can score right here.
Well, any bucket at the buzzer would just completely solidify that momentum you were talking about. That would be huge, and Tony Friend does just that. 29-28 is the halftime score that we go into the locker room with. And what a comeback there by Shawnee Mission East. At the end of the first quarter, they were down by 9, and what a second quarter that was. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 29-28, and a last-second deficit erased by Shawnee Mission East. A good layup by Tony Friend to seal that momentum that you talked about, Austin, that they now solidly have. They're going to have to restate that in the second half, but they have the opportunity to do that. Scoring so far, Tony Friends the third, 4 points. Tommy Dreyer 3, Nick Ahrensberg 13, Preston Reynolds 4, and Will Townsend 5. And 48% from the field for Shawnee Mission East, and then 66% from three-point range, a solid number to have there. And then for Southeast, Jackie Johnson, only 8 points. He had 29 points in his first outing, 35 in last night's outing, and 8 points in the first half. That doesn't sound right, but it is. And he's been mostly shut down tonight compared to his usual for Shawnee Mission East. That's been made up by a couple of players. Knowledge McPherson has 2, Voshan Webb with 7, Roan Smith with 4, and Micah J. Hughes with 7. And so they've managed without Jackie Johnson, but they're going to have to find him. He's going to have to find his hot scoring streak right here and find it early in this half if they want to take back that momentum title they had for so long in the first half. They're down by 1, and they have a lot of work to do.
Well, the reason Jackie Johnson has not scored as many points as normal is because he hasn't taken as many threes. He's only taken, I believe it was 1, and it was in transition. And so he missed that 3, and I recall we were talking about it, just a timeout in the first half. Jackie Johnson, he had one point where he just came down, shot 3 threes in a row, and ended up making all 3 threes, 9 points in a matter of about 30 seconds. So if you are Jackie Johnson and the Southeast Buffaloes, you cannot panic, as the momentum has clearly gone now to Shawnee Mission East. But you just gotta keep taking it the way you have. And Townsend will get a dunk right there off the alley-oop, a set play for Townsend dunk, and that's the way to start it off for Shawnee Mission East.
Well, I know they drew that up in the locker room. They want to get it started off right on the offensive side, and they did just that. That's the way to regain that momentum title that you have to take back in the second half, and they're doing the best job at it. Transition layup, assist from Preston Reynolds, and Tony Friends will get the bucket.
And on the other side, it was Roan Smith who missed the layup. Here he is again. This time out for 3, knocks that down, so silences the run that Shawnee Mission East just had, and it's now back to a 2-point ball game. Friends got it to Ahrensberg. Ahrensberg has had a big tournament. He's a great player. And Townsend. Friends to Townsend off the pick and roll. Blocked by Atkins. And then underneath, Jackie Johnson got a steal right there, but his foot will be out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Lancers. Tony Friends passed it in. Find Reynolds. Reynolds on the inside. He can score when he gets the ball anywhere on the court. Right there, he takes a 10-foot jumper and knocks it down. Johnson calling for the ball on the inside. Roan Smith, another 3. This time off the mark. An offensive rebound by Wesley Atkins. Underneath, a reverse layup. Jackie Johnson hits it.
Well, and East is starting to slow down this game, and Southeast is going along with them. They're slowing down their offense a little bit, as it showed in that matchup. A quick run there by Southeast and from Shawnee Mission East, and now Southeast knows that they need to slow the game down, and Shawnee Mission East has done exactly the same. This is going to be a slow game almost from here on out, maybe a few transition layups here and there, but we're going to see a lot of half-court offense in the second half.
Friends to Ahrensberg. Ahrensberg, a long 2. That time off the mark. Another rebound for Atkins. He's coming down the floor fast. Jackie Johnson. From 5 feet behind the 3-point arc, he knocks it down. A 1-point lead for the Southeast Buffaloes.
Well, he can make a shot anywhere on the court. I talked about that And when you're feeling it, if you're Jackie Johnson, you're going to take that shot because you know if you're feeling it, you're likely going to make it. He's feeling it there. That's a momentum-shifting three-point play.
And as Wesley Atkins was on the ground, he got it off the leg of Aaronsburg, but he was out of bounds when he touched the ball. So it'll stay with Shawnee Mission East on their half of the court. Here is Friends. Gonna pass it in. Right there, Dreyer. Drives baseline. Got it to Townsend. Townsend underneath. A lot of contact, no foul. Up the floor, Johnson. Making a move, and he throws it into the fifth row of the stands. Jackie Johnson lost it. And a good catch right there by that fan, as it could have hit somebody who wasn't paying attention.
But, well, that's the thing about Jackie Johnson. You start scoring like that, you tend to start getting flashy. And he was trying to get flashy with that pass, just make a simple chest pass every time, and that's what went wrong there. He's trying to be flashy with that pass, and he needs to go back to the fundamentals.
Here is Jackie Johnson. A lay-in on the other side. A three-point lead. Teams going back and forth. Aaronsburg goes up. He'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line. Once again, they're going to get a foul called on Voshan Webb. It's his second personal. And here is Nick Aaronsburg. This is the first one off the front of the rim. Checking in is Emmett Hill for Dreyer.
Hill earlier missed a momentum-shifting three that propelled Southeast to a long run. And here's Aaronsburg's second. It's through. So here comes Southeast on the offensive side of the ball. And Emmett Hill back into face guard Jackie Johnson.
It'll be a foul called underneath. One thing to note about Emmett Hill is he hit, I believe it was 3 threes in the second half game yesterday for Shawnee Mission East. In that game, since they were up big at the start of the fourth quarter, Emmett Hill got a lot more playing time than he normally does. That's a turnover right there. It looks like they're going to call Jackie Johnson for stepping over the line as he tried passing it in. And so now Shawnee Mission East has a chance right here to take the lead or tie it on this possession. Friends working against Roan Smith.
Well, they have to take advantage of that because they know what the high-powered offense that Southeast brings to this court. If they don't take advantage of that like they just didn't do, then Southeast is going to go down and they're going to score and eventually extend this lead to uncomebackable measures.
Johnson on the inside got it. Missed on his first attempt, but got his own rebound. Went back up with it. That time got blocked, so it's out of bounds off of Townsend. And Johnson finds Jackie's over to Webb. Voshan Webb have hit a couple big buckets late in the two quarters. Here's Wesley Atkins out for three. Fought for by Roan Smith and Preston Reynolds. And they're going to call it Southeast ball at the moment. It looks like the crowd disagreed with that. But,
well, that's the thing about Preston Reynolds. He had a neutral face expression after that one, and he knows that the call didn't go his way, but he's got to move on. This is a championship game, and there can't be something hanging on your mind as you go down and try to stop one of the best offenses in the Wichita area. You have to have nothing on your mind. Your mind has to be free.
Almost a turnover right there. Tony Friends does turn it over on that one. Voshan Webb up the floor. Fast break opportunity. Voshan Webb can't hit on the layup, but he'll head to the free throw line. He's shooting two. Tony Friends, another foul. He's immediately walking back to the bench because he knows that's his fourth personal. He only has one more that he can commit, and he'll be important late in the game for this Shawnee Mission East squad. They're down 4, 3:16 left in the third quarter.
Webb off the mark on that one. Checking in here for Shawnee Mission East. It's going to be number 4, Tommy Dreyer, and 23, Charlie Sublette. And then number 3 for Southeast, that's Knowledge McPherson. And here's Voshawn Webb second. Yet again off the mark on that one. And good board by Preston Reynolds. Here he comes with Shawnee Mission East. They'll take their time with that dribble drive offense around the arc.
Here's Sublette, guarded by Atkins. He gets a steal. Atkins, a great defender in this second half so far. McPherson couldn't convert on the fast break, but he will be fouled. Or, excuse me, the ball just went out of bounds. So, underneath, it is Jackie Johnson passing it in. Finds Micah Jackies. Atkins, top of the key for three, off the mark. Ball tipped around, still fought for. Townsend with it. He's got to save it, throw it up in the air. Sublette will be fouled. They're either going to get Jackie Johnson or Micah Jackies on the foul. And they are going to get Jackie Johnson. It's his second personal.
And as you said, Jackie Johnson just doesn't foul. But yet he still manages to play aggressive. That's a rare foul from him. He's got 4 on the tournament so far. And he still manages to play aggressive. He doesn't foul very often. But like I said, he's a D1 caliber defender as well. Wesley Atkins gets the transition bucket.
And Wesley Atkins, 2 steals on 2 possessions now. And Jack Slaughter, or excuse me, that was Sublette, who turns it over. And then McPherson turn it over. Preston Reynolds coming the other way. Gonna take it himself. This time misses. Voshawn Webb, gotta get it up the floor fast. Johnson with it. He's gonna set up for the 3. Jackie Johnson in and out on the 3 ball. Gets his own rebound attempt. Spins in the middle and gets that bucket to go. 8-point lead for Southeast. We'll have a timeout called by Shawnee Mission East. And we'll be back when play resumes here in a minute.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in a signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 44-36 your score. And the Southeast Buffalo starting to run away with this one. As early in the half, the Lancers started to establish some momentum, but any sign of it was taken away by the Buffaloes. And they'll come out after a needed timeout. Shawnee Mission East will.
And it'll be Lancers ball.
And Jackie Johnson starting to heat up a little bit here in the second half. He has 17 on the game, whereas he had 8 in the first half. And we'll see what Southeast does with that. First, Shawnee Mission East.
Aaronsburg, another 3 for 4 on the game. That time he missed. And here's Johnson up the floor once again. Floater with his right hand, gets it to go. Now a 10-point lead. Southeast, they started the game hot, and at the end of the first quarter, I believe it was a 10-point lead for Southeast. And then Shawnee Mission East put together a great second quarter. They're going to have to find something rolling as there's 1:17 left in this third quarter, and then moving on to finish this game in the fourth. This is for the championship. Both these two teams have had quite a long road to get here, as Southeast dominated their first game, but had kind of a tough matchup yesterday, and then Shawnee Mission East had a tough matchup against Maize South, ended up pulling that one away. There it was Aaronsburg makes his first free throw. Cherry comes in.
Well, and I know it's a championship game. Anything can happen, and that's been shown time and time again in every sport. But if Shawnee Mission East doesn't develop an offense right now, it's going to be too late to do so in the fourth quarter. They need to find something consistent here that they can go back to in the fourth and final quarter. They're going to need it when it comes crunch time.
McFarland over to Micah Jackies. Under a minute to play in the third quarter. It's a 9-point lead. Jackies falls. Cherry with it. He's in trouble. That'll be a timeout called by the Southeast Buffaloes. A desperation timeout. They still have 3 left. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And a smart basketball decision before that timeout. Southeast struggling to keep possession. So it was almost a backcourt violation and a couple turnovers before that. They call that timeout to make sure they keep possession. And so they'll have ball from the sideline. 49 seconds remain in this third quarter, and they're probably going to try to score quick here and then get a last-second opportunity late in the quarter.
Here is Voshan Webb. Cherry in the corner. He's going to drive baseline, goes up. This is Reynolds. Drive baseline, Emmett Hill couldn't finish. A rebound, Atkins. Running the floor, they have 20 seconds. He'll take it himself. Off the mark. And then a rebound right there. Cherry inside with the left hand, gets it to go. And now it's a 13-point lead. Wichita Southeast. Inside, blocked, Voshan Webb. And to end the third quarter, the Southeast Buffaloes are now up 13, and we'll have the final 8 minutes of play here in this January Jam tournament coming up right here next on Hornet Studios.
Need a used, reliable car but don't want to hunk a junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used, reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here for the start of the fourth quarter, and Shawnee Mission East needs to change something here. They flipped the script in the second quarter. 18 points in the first quarter compared to 9 of Shawnee Mission East, and then they flipped it right around. 20 points in the second quarter, and then 28 was the final after 2 quarters of play. And then now Southeast has flipped it right around. 22 points scored in the third and 8 in the third for Shawnee Mission East. They need to find that consistent quarter of basketball that they played in the second quarter if they want to have any shot at winning this game.
Well, Cherry was blocked by Townsend there, and that's what you got to have. You got to get stops against a team that scores a lot of points in Southeast. Shawnee Mission East doing a great job right there. And then they'll turn the ball over, and that's been the demise of this second half. And then Southeast is able to convert on the other end. And almost another turnover right there as Jack Slaughter had McPherson tip it out of bounds. The pressure is on. Southeast Buffaloes running their press. And this is what Shawnee Mission East has done to a lot of teams in this tournament. They have a very good press with Preston Reynolds up at the top. now they're going to be facing it against Southeast. They'll have to run their own press, but also have to break the press of Southeast. Right there they do, and then they run their half-court offense. Preston Reynolds headed to the free throw line once again for Shawnee Mission East.
Foul is on Pollard. Here's Preston Reynolds. 2 shots to come from Reynolds. Off the mark there. His first free throws he's taken today, and actually not that many from this team. 7 on the game, and they've made 3 of them. 8th team shot, 2nd of 2, and both will be missed.
And Jackie Johnson, a crafty pass to get the ball to McPherson. He didn't end up making it, and Atkins got the points. But Jackie Johnson been the highlight of this game so far. And then another rebound. Cherry up ahead with the left hand. That time can't convert. And Atkins, another rebound. He's done everything on the offensive and defensive end for this Southeast team. Jack Slaughter gonna break this pressure. And if you are Shawnee Mission East, you have to score on this possession because this is gonna set the tone for the rest of the quarter, especially with Southeast the way they're running. Townsend gets fouled, he'll be going to the line.
Well, that's the thing. They want to mount a comeback, but this hasn't been the start that they needed in order to mount a comeback. They have not gained any momentum whatsoever, momentum that the Buffaloes already had. And there's Townsend, and he'll make his first, but they've struggled on the offensive and defensive side of the ball in the second half. They need to fix something and fix it immediately, or they're not going to have a chance at winning this game.
Cody Friends back in. He does have 4 fouls. He sat for quite a while. Preston Reynolds guarding Jackie Johnson. Johnson, with his ball handling skills and his quickness, he's able to create his own shots, but also done a great job giving the ball up and getting his teammates involved. Especially after that first half where he only had 8 points. It's not usually like him, but his team still stuck in there because other people were scoring. Pollard gets the bucket to go over Aaronsburg, and right now Southeast is rolling on the offensive end. They haven't come up empty in multiple possessions in a row now. Aaronsburg, no good. The opposite for this Shawnee Mission East team, as they've gone silent for a couple of minutes now. Johnson being guarded tightly inside, and that's one of those things where Jackie Johnson, he's yelling at Pollard right there. He had the crafty pass. It was the no-look pass. He's saying, you got to be ready because I'll get the ball to you if you're open, and it's going to be in a flashy way. Here's Dreyer inside. Townsend making a move on Pollard. Can't finish. And Johnson and company will slow things down, except they're going to push it fast. Cherry missed on the open layup. Friends to Townsend, up and under. Can't finish, but he's headed back to the free throw line. He made his last 2. And here he is back again, shooting 2. 4:59 left in the ball game. Lancers have to start making the comeback now if they want to come back from 17 points.
And we know both of these offenses are high-quality offenses that can score at an unbelievable rate. And so there's almost always a chance, but that's the thing. There's no chance if they don't start now. Here's Will Townsend, missed his first. Michael Jacques subbed in during that break, along with Roan Smith. And then Voshan Webb.
And here is Voshan Webb. And an offensive foul called on Roan Smith as he tried to set a screen for Johnson to get open. But it was an illegal screen. And so 16 points It's going to be hard to do, especially with the way the tides have shifted in this second half. But Shawnee Mission East, they have the opportunity here. Friends drives in. Townsend on the inside. He scored the last 5 points for Shawnee Mission East. It'll be a timeout by the Lancers. They have one left. We'll be back in a minute after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 14 points is the difference in this game, and 14 points that could slim away quite quickly if the Lancers change something, but they're going to have to come out of the timeout and fired up and ready, full with momentum. That's what they're going to have to do here in this timeout. And I know this is a very strong team in Southeast, but this is definitely a team that's capable of beating this Southeast team. And inbounding here, Voshun Webb, Jackie Johnson taking it. Looks like they'll shift into a 3-2 press.
And at the top of that 3-2 press, Preston Reynolds runs that spot, and he's done a great job for this tournament, but he can't guard Jackie Johnson there, and starting to look out of reach if Shawnee Mission East can't come up big in these clutch baskets. Aaronsburg gonna hit a 3, so as I was saying, that's starting to run away with it. Southeast is. Aaronsburg silences that thought. Micah Jackies coming down. He'll be fouled by Townsend. That's probably a good foul right there because Southeast is so good at pushing the ball down the floor and creating transition buckets that foul right there by Townsend, they only have committed 3 right now. And so later on, if the game gets close enough to where they're going to have to foul, and with under a minute to go, and just hope that Southeast can miss their free throws, they have to start fouling now and creating some of those shots as Aaronsburg misses, but an offensive rebound there by Hill. Hill inside, Friends. He'll bring it out. No rush right now, but you got to score almost every possession. Townsend didn't get fouled, but he gets his own rebound, and he'll go up with it. So with 3:20 left, things are getting a little more interesting.
Well, this is a really good Shawnee Mission East team. We've said that time and time again. Well, Preston Reynolds and Will Townsend are really the anchors of this team, and they've had dominant tournaments, but Jackie Johnson, the man who has had the most dominant tournament, he's going to hit a 3-point shot. Here comes Shawnee Mission East. And you can produce on the offensive side of the ball, Austin, but it's nothing if you don't produce on the defensive side of the ball. They're going to need to force turnovers.
And Friends making a good move. But that right there is the reason why, as a junior, as Aaronsburg will hit it, but as a junior, having 1,000 points, and Jackie Johnson does, and that is just an outstanding number for anyone, let alone you still have one more year of high school left to be able to score even more points. That'd be a foul called on Aaronsburg. Checking in is McPherson. Johnson being double teamed. And they're running their 2-3, but they've extended it here in this second half. That is Shawnee Mission East. In the first half, they weren't guarding out as far. In the second half, that's what they're doing.
When they know they've been killed on the defensive side from the 3 ball, they have to extend their defense because they know Jackie Johnson, anywhere you put him on the court, along with other guys like Michael Jacques you put them anywhere on the court, and if they're not tightly guarded, they'll most likely hit that three. And if there's not a shot or a shot blocker in their face, so you have to be in their face at all times. That's why face guarding is so prevalent in high school basketball among guys like Jackie Johnson.
And they switched right there. You can tell they switched back into a man defense. And I said they were running a 2-3. They were actually running a box and one. So they just do not want Jackie Johnson to have the ball. And they're trusting Preston Reynolds to do a good job guarding him. And as we've seen, no matter how good you guard Jackie Johnson, he's still able to create something for his teammates and or score the basketball.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of disagreed with that coming out of the timeout. Having Preston Reynolds at the top of the key guarding Jackie Johnson. Reynolds is a good guy who can make some blocks inside. Preston Reynolds does get that bucket, but he's a guy who could be in the post and try and stop Jackie Johnson from those driving buckets, but yet he's getting beat on the first step from Jackie Johnson, and therefore it's an easy bucket.
And another transition bucket to bring it back within 12. Aaronsburg gonna take a three. That time off the mark, and it'll be a foul called on Townsend. It's his third personal. 17 fouls, so it'll be a 1-and-1. Jackie Johnson at the line. I believe he's only missed one in this tournament. Jackie Johnson has from the line. Minute 19 left.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not counting Shawnee Mission East out, but I know that we've said they need to start now, and this is the final time. This is their final chance. They're in the tournament right now, and if they're going to start, they need to start now. This is not just a saying now. It's a true necessity if you want to win this game.
Johnson's second free throw. That one he left short. 13-point ball game. If you are Shawnee Mission East, you have to score right here. Preston Reynolds does. Looked like he may have almost traveled. McPherson with it. Trying to get it into Johnson, but Reynolds will foul him. As there was not much of a purse right there, but Johnson still fell over.
If my stats book is correct, Preston Reynolds' first foul, and it is so Preston Reynolds' first foul in this game, and he's really been, like I said, an anchor point of this offense. He doesn't foul very often. He had a technical last night, but a rare thing to see from him. He's a very disciplined player, as is this Shawnee Mission East team. And there's some blood or sweat or something on the court, but it's wiped up. Here's Jackie Johnson once more. Johnson 3 for 4 on the game, and he's off the mark. Something's off with him. Rare couple missed shots in a row.
Aaronsburg tries to take it himself, and there'll be a foul called. It looked like they're going to get a technical on Aaronsburg. I think after Aaronsburg shot that shot, he pushed Jackie's kind of out of frustration, as looks like if Jackie's could make these free throws, 58.3 seconds left. The Lancers only have one timeout, so starting to look out of reach, but Jackie's misses that free throw. And best two shooters on the team in Jackie Johnson and Micah Jackies have missed free throws here as of late. Right there, he'll hit. Jack Slaughter in for Aaronsburg. And then Tony Friends back in. He'll take the place of someone. They have 6 players on the court right now.
Well, I think this game is out of reach here for Shawnee Mission East, and I don't think that's a stretch to say. It's 12 points in under a minute. I'd be surprised, really surprised to see them pull that off, but right now they're just playing for pride, and it's tough to lose by 12 points, but they're trying to cut that deficit as much as they can. Another holding, and they're going to get Preston Reynolds on that one. But I wouldn't be surprised to see either Preston Reynolds or Will Townsend. More likely to see Preston Reynolds, but on the all-tournament team, that'd be really interesting to see. And then you got Jackie Johnson, who didn't even have his best night and is clearly up for tournament MVP. We'll see in these free throws, and he'll make it.
And you have to think with Aaronsburg coming in for Jack Slaughter, but if you have to think that if Southeast wins this ball game, it's almost unanimous. I wouldn't say everyone would agree with me, but Jackie Johnson most likely to be the MVP of this tournament, and rightfully so. He's had a great tournament. Getting his style to the point had to mean a lot to him. And Preston Reynolds right in there. Gets fouled, 50.9 seconds left. He'll have a chance to bring it back within 12 on these two shots.
Well, if there's one thing this game does and this whole tournament does, it gives me a lot more respect for the City League. I know they're a good league and they're one of the best leagues in the state of Kansas. This is a 3-5 team, a not necessarily bottom of the league team, but they're a team that's most definitely not at the top, and yet they come in here and even dominate a Kansas City school. That shows you how good their league is and how tough their competition is when they're losing, and yet they can still dominate some good teams.
And as Shawnee Mission East is trying to get a turnover as much as they can, but you talked about they were 3-5 coming into the tournament. They're going to leave here 6-5 and have a winning record. Picked up 3 wins. And we'll have a foul. It looks like they're going to get 23, Sublette. It's his first personal. Sublette had more of an impact in yesterday's ball game for Shawnee Mission East. Today been quiet. Here's McPherson. That free throw rattles in. Jack Slaughter heads to the bench. Aaronsburg back in. And right here, a big free throw for McPherson. Knocks it down. One thing about Southeast, they've been a great team all tournament, but they haven't missed very many free throws. And Aaronsburg 3, that time he couldn't even hit the rim, but Reynolds got the offensive board. He went up with it, fouled, and he's at the line to bring it within 11 if he can make it.
Well, that's the thing. You tend to see a lot more air balls in a game like this. You're down quite a bit, and that was kind of a desperation shot by Aaronsburg. Here's Preston Reynolds, and he'll knock it down. It's an and one.
Here is Johnson. And Johnson with ease breaks the press. He takes it in himself, and that's most likely going to be ball game. You're going to get a technical foul on someone. They're going to call Southeast number 3 McPherson, as he looks like he's shaking up a little bit. He'll head to the bench. Wesley Atkins back in. Atkins made his impact on the defensive end for Southeast today. And then also with that had some transition points. Aaronsburg back in. Dreyer makes his first free throw. Here he is at the line again. That time he couldn't get it. But if Shawnee Mission East can make this a single-digit deficit if they were to hit a 3 right here, as they are down 11. 21.3 seconds left.
Well, and I talked about pride points is a big thing. You want to lose by the least amount possible to make it at least look like somewhat of a ball game. And even though they've been dominated, the score sheet might not say that at the end, and that's their end goal. And Jackie Johnson will carry it out.
That's going to do it. And Southeast is going to take home the championship. Jackie Johnson going to probably get the MVP. He had a great game. Southeast Buffaloes beat the Shawnee Mission East Lancers 71-59 in our championship game. And what a tournament was, Caleb. A lot of basketball, and we earned a lot of respect for some of these teams. And a lot of teams, like Southeast, got good things rolling for their regular seasons coming up. We're going to have the awards ceremony here in one moment. We'll figure out the all-tournament team, along with we'll have the award ceremony for the first place finishers, the Southeast Buffaloes. And also, one thing to note about the tournament team, it was actually voted on last night. So there are some players that maybe had good games today that might not make it on there.
Second place to the Shawnee Mission East Lancers. First we have number 3, Tony Friends.
Tony Friends, you get all-tournament team.
This is just presenting the medals to Shawnee Mission East.
And Gooding, I don't know what you think, Austin, but what are your predictions for all-tournament team?
Well, first of all, Jackie Johnson, he will probably be the tournament MVP. But looking back at a lot of the players, you talked about Preston Reynolds being one of them. For Valley Center, Jacob Byrne and Gabe Phillips are definitely in that running because Gabe Phillips didn't have quite the performance today that he did. And then in his first game, he had 28, which was, I believe, third in that first day. Only Omar Stanley and Jackie Johnson had more points. Omar Stanley, big one. He'll probably make the all-tournament team, as there was literally no one who could stop him on the inside in this tournament. And, for Ulysses and Garden City, I'm not sure if any of their players would have made it. Coffeyville had some good players, but, usually the bigger, better teams that get higher up, they'll have the tournament teams. Well, there is the second place finishers of Shawnee Mission East. They got their medals presented by Athletic Director Caleb Smith. And then now Southeast Buffaloes, they're going to be getting their medals here presented by Athletic Director Smith. Caleb, who do you think made the all-tournament team?
Most definitely at point guard, I'd have to say Jackie Johnson. Completely agree with you there. Shooting guard, probably Jacob Byrne. And then you got forwards, I'm thinking Gabe Phillips, just because of his dominance in the first game. And then you got guys from May South like Trey Reed, and I don't know where he'll fit in there, but I know he has a good shot at getting that. And then you got Omar Stanley, obviously on the inside. That's probably one of the most obvious selections, along with Jackie Johnson. And then I'd have to say Preston Reynolds at forward as well. Those would have to be some of my 5 or 6 top guys. They really dominated. Trey Reed, just with scoring mainly, was his biggest thing, along with Jackie Johnson. Jackie Johnson did a lot of everything, but what really shows off is this scoring, and that's really big to see. And that is your 2020 January Jam champion, the Southeast Buffaloes, Wichita Southeast Buffaloes, and they're returning champions from 2 years ago. And with Israel Barnes, as you mentioned a couple times, this is just a dominant basketball program. They know how to win, and they've won before. So there's a level of expectation for this team. And when they weren't performing in the City League, this is the kind of win they needed to propel them into the City League. You said they now have a winning record at 6-5 and get them some momentum going into the City League. And I'm interested to see how they'll do in games to come, as they'll still have that tough competition in the City League, but they'll still, but they should be able to do better just because that little bit of momentum. And here is the all-tournament team.
First of all, we ask you to come down and get your picture taken, please.
And one thing to note about the all-tournament team, well, I think this is the all-academic tournament team for here. And so Josh Dessenberger of the Hornets, he'll get that. Adam Kazitz of May South.
Lance Walker.
Ulysses. Lance Walker gets on the all-academic team. And one thing about the academic team, Darrell Jones on there from Coffeyville. A lot of these teams have left, but they'll still get their medals in the mail. But, you know, it's student athlete for a reason. All these players, good in the classroom. You talked about the Southeast Buffaloes because you talked to their coach and talked about some of these guys that are just great in the classroom, but also phenomenal athletes.
Well, I think that says a lot more about a player, is their academic ability, their work ethic. And I think we're going to wrap it up here tonight. And that is the 2020 January Jam. And thanks for calling it with me, Austin. I know we saw a lot of fun games. It was great to see. And that's going to be all for Hornet Studios tonight. And have a great night.
And from Garden City, Alexander Williams. And now, your first all-tournament team. For Wichita Southeast, Jackie Joseph. For Blue Valley Reds, Omar Stanley. From Maine South, Trey Reed. From Shawnee Mission East, Kristen Walker. And from Valley Center, Jacob Fuller. Come on up to the big.
I think I should be straight because they
And ladies and gentlemen, this year